What up, y'all? How y'all living? How you living? What's up? 1 second. There we go. And we all the way live with it. What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome back, y'all. It's been a few days. Your boy's been busy on that grind. Also, I've been dealing with allergies, man. I don't know how many of y'all been dealing with it too, but it's been killing me, these allergies. Anyway, welcome back for a little late night session. We got a lot to talk about on tonight's show. But before we get into that, actually, let me tell y'all what we're gonna talk about. We gotta talk about Jonathan Majors, one of the most meteoric rises in Hollywood, and it is falling apart. We gotta talk about that, man. Also, we gotta talk about AI Drake and AI music and its implications for what it can do in the music industry, as well as words coming out of an allegedly Twitch robbing, essentially Cenat, who they recently banned, one of the biggest streamers on the platform, especially the largest black creator on that platform. They just banned him after him breaking all types of sub records in February during Black History Month. He eclipsed 300,000 subscribers, a huge milestone, a huge record, and a few months later he's banned. So we got that to talk about, and then we might get into some other stuff with whatever podcast clips and whatever else. So we got a lot of stuff to kind of cover and go through. But y'all know I like to start the show, man. Can we get a roll call going? Can we get this thing going, man? What's up? Where y'all at? Where you checking in from? City, state, country? Let your boy know. Niner in the building, Tay in the building. Lily, what's up, baby? Who else? Where we at? IG, what's up, y'all? New Reel just went up as well. You gotta check that out. NC in the building. South Michigan in the building. Rican in the house. What's up, young? All right, it's showtime. Check it out.
Yo, what's going on, man? This is Drizzy Drake.
Yo, it's your boy French Montana.
Hey, you guys, I'm the Harajuku Barbie, Nicki Minaj.
It's the Teflon Don, Ricky Rouse.
Hey, say what's happening, man? It's T.I.
Yo, what's up? This is Wale.
Yo, what up? It's Wiz Khalifa.
Yo, what's up? It's Jamie Foxx.
Now rocking with my near DJ MoonDawg.
DJ MoonDawg.
DJ Moondawg.
DJ Moondawg. DJ Moondawg.
DJ Moondawg.
DJ Moondawg.
Get in tune, stupid.
All right. Yo, I saw Oregon in the building, BX in the building. I saw Trinidad in the house. And I think Carnival going down over there, isn't it? Who else I saw pop up in there? Dallas in the building, Mexico in the house. Left Coast is in the building. What up? Welcome, y'all. I appreciate y'all for joining me. Good to see a lot of names, familiar names back in here. Kristen, what's up? Good to see you on the red side. By the way, y'all, if you don't know, on IG, my main streaming platform is on YouTube, djmoondawglive. If you want to come through, sub and chat on that side, it's a better viewing experience. Also, your comments show up on the stream. You can come over to the YouTube, djmoondawglive. You can see it right above me. That's the info for it. Texas is in the house. I see that as well. Jersey in the building. What up? Dirty South. Hopefully y'all been good, man. Let me make sure my, let me see. Is this working here? Maybe not. Let me make sure that all my audio is ready to go before we get the show started here. What else? There it is. Cool. All right, we're good. It works. Pakistan in the building. God, man, it's crazy just how global the IG be going. You know what I'm saying? Comments aren't showing up. 1 second. Let's check out why. They should be showing up. Let's see. Yeah, it's showing up. All right. Who else in here? Moon broke the command again. I didn't break nothing. South Michigan in the house. Let's see. Moon, did you miss me like I miss you? Always. Yo, I was down for a couple of days, man. I had to write out some proposals. I had to do some I had to work on some PowerPoint presentation stuff. And then I've been dealing with my allergies, y'all. I don't know how many of y'all are dealing with allergies right now. It's been brutal. Like my right eye right now is already like jacked. So you're gonna see me doing this a lot and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Arnil, what's up? All right, let's get right into it, man. A lot to talk about. All right. All right, let's do this. I think we're ready to go. Everything looks good. Just, what's up, bro? Welcome back. Welcome back. Once a week, I wake up like, yep, it's COVID. Hey, isn't it funny how all of a sudden we're not hearing anything else about COVID? It was like for 2 years, nonstop COVID, variants is coming, all of this, all of that. And in the last like couple of months, we haven't heard nothing about it. It's like gone, it's almost as if it hasn't existed. Does anybody else peep game? Or is it just me? Don't talk my phone. There we go. Anyone? Because I know I'm not bugging. They're working on a new booster. The flu. Let me tell y'all, I never get flu shots. I don't understand. Okay, I understand it, but what's the point? Like, okay, I understand it, but generally speaking, I'm not a fan of just taking shots and medication unless I feel like I'm about to die. You know what I mean? I'd rather just let my body, and thank God I have a very strong immune system. I rarely get sick. You know what I mean? I refused it. I never got that COVID shot. And I got COVID last year. So I made it 2 years and then it got me. And I mean, I was down for a week. It was generally very mild. It felt like I had the flu. You know what I mean? But yeah, all of a sudden, wait till election time. Yo, for real. COVID is new influenza. It's no longer being tested for some institutions. Got you. It's like 45 active cases here in Trinidad. That ain't nothing, yo. Hey, by the way, Moja, did you see Chance out there winding up on some mute? Did y'all see that? My boy Chance out there living his best life in Jamaica. Carnival, winding up, Juve. Yeah, I got memories. I'm pretty sure I can dig up a picture of me in Juve. It all completely covered in paint. I think it was purple, in fact. So, just some observations. They say about 250 people still dying daily from COVID. Huh. Like someone said in IG chat, we're outside of an election cycle. So certain things, excuse me, certain things become very quiet until election comes up. I mean, you notice this, right? As soon as the election period comes around, all of a sudden we're talking about immigration. Not to say we're not talking about guns, but then guns becomes like it's everywhere. You can't avoid the debates and the argument, all of that. What else? What else tends to come up? COVID will come up again. There'll be some new thing coming up when the election. You know what I mean? It's always the same couple of things. Yeah, he was in Jamaica. Yeah, no, I saw. This year was lit. Man, I used to live in Jamaica. I used to live in Kingston I think I lived there with some of the best music years. I was there in 02 to 05. That was like the best, like it was some of the best music rhythms. Yo, Jamaica used to have, I know it closed down now, but they used to have a club downtown New Kingston called Asylum. Bro, if you know about Asylum, and that place was crazy. It was like everyone from the hood came to Asylum. It was like the hood club. And then right around the corner, you had it was the bougie club. What was it called? It was called Quad? I think it was called Quad. I can't remember. Anyway, y'all got me thinking about back in going crazy over there. All right, man, let's jump into this, y'all. Jonathan Majors has probably had one of the craziest rises in Hollywood we've seen in a while. And now this is completely falling apart even faster than his rise. I mean, we saw him first in what was that show, the TV show on Showtime, Something Country. I think that's where he kind of started getting like real recognition from that. Then he started getting in movies. He got into the Marvel world. He casted him as Kang. We saw him on low-key TV series first, and then boom, he's in Ant-Man, movie Quantumanium, and you see him expanding his role as Kang, and he's setting up to be the prime villain for the new MCU phases or whatever. And that's in shambles, if you ask me. That's neither here nor there. Then he's in Creed. He's voted like the most sexiest man. He's on all these photo shoots, and he became the face of what masculinity should be about, right? It wasn't toxic. There was a lot of words that, generally speaking, women were saying associated with him, that he was like sensitively masculine, and there was all these different things going around, but he was all over the place. And Creed drops, and then we saw what happened with these allegations that he beat his girlfriend. So now this happens, right? And this has been very, very weird. I don't know how many of you have been following this along. I've been keeping my eye on this. So the allegations are made. Everyone is kind of 50-50 on this. You saw some people were like, oh no, another one, can't believe, not him. And then some 50% of other people were like, I'm gonna hold my reservations on this until we find out what's going on. And then like a day or two later, the girlfriend recants the story about what had happened. So there was suspicions around that. Maybe she was paid off. She was pressured to do it. It was a lot of theories going around as to why she recanted the initial story. There was word out there that there were witnesses that could testify that, he didn't do what she claimed to have done. We don't know, because nothing has really come of it other than Jonathan Majors' lawyers, making the statement that they'll go to court, they'll prove it. They've got, that she recanted, that they got witnesses, so on and so forth. We haven't heard really much of that. But then yesterday and today, these dominoes just started falling. And when I say falling, I mean free falling, bro. Completely, right? Jonathan Majors is now facing new abuse allegations from multiple women. It never fails, bro. It never fails. Now, what I'm about to say is not in any way, shape, or form to discredit these new allegations, or to vindicate those allegations. But what I am going to say is I always find it interesting that when someone does something once, there's always like a whole new slew of people that come out of the woodwork to add on to what the initial allegations were. Y'all, you know what I'm saying here? Y'all notice that? Now, could there be some instances of people just trying to get in for a cash grab or something like that? There's always a possibility. Is it possible that these are in fact true allegations? Absolutely, right? So I'm not saying either way, but I'm just saying that it's crazy that he gets into an altercation with his girlfriend, word gets out, it was some abusive thing, and now there's like all of a sudden some more people pop out to allege allegations here. So what's happening now? Well, he's being dropped by everyone, and when I mean everyone, I mean everyone. His management company, Entertainment 360, the lead company, dropped him. Film and television shows that have dropped him so far: The Man in the Basement and Otis and Zelma, which were projects that were in the works. Brand deals. He's lost brand deals with Texas Rangers, Valentino. He's also been pulled from a nationwide Army campaign. He was used in a nationwide campaign for the Army. Those commercials have been pulled. And that's just the beginning of all this. Now, what's pretty telling in this is if your marketing or if your PR firm and your management dumps you, it's starting to look like there may be some validation in what's coming up here, right? And we got the article to dive into here from Variety. They're kind of breaking the story here. We'll take a look at this, all right? Jonathan Majors issues worsen as more alleged abuse victims cooperate with the DA's office. Let's take a look here, man. So Majors is preparing for a May 8th court appearance on domestic violence charges. His PR problems are about to get bigger. Sources familiar with the matter tell Variety that multiple alleged abuse victims of Majors have come forward following his March arrest and are cooperating with the Manhattan District Attorney Office. The prospect of more women waiting in the wings would mark a dramatic turn in the case and comes on the heels of Majors' publicist and management firm cutting ties with the embattled actor earlier this week. Listen, when your management and your PR firm just deuces on you, They must know that this is worse than what it appears, and they must believe, this is more important, they must believe whatever these allegations are coming up. They must believe it to the point that they're not willing even to hang by his side, that they believe that he is almost certainly done in Hollywood. Because if this wasn't true, if this was an exaggeration, if it was a false allegation, and if he were to clear his name, he'd get back into Hollywood, right? Clearly, they think otherwise for them to just up and leave. Are we tracking? We're tracking, right? We're all here, right? Jonathan Majors is innocent and has not. Jonathan Majors is innocent and has not abused anyone. We have provided irrefutable evidence to the DA that charges are false. We are confident that he will be fully exonerated, is what Majors' attorney has said in the statement. Since that statement was made, nothing else has kind of come to light. We were just kind of left with that seemingly standard defense attorney, mumbo jumbo, right? They're going to defend their client, obviously. And just to kind of recap what happened here, he was arrested on March 25th in New York for charges of strangulation, assault, and harassment. This is from a 30-year-old woman who seems to be allegedly his girlfriend or some kind of just love interest. I don't think he was obviously public with his girlfriend. So, was she actually his girlfriend? Was just some chick he was just hanging out with? We don't know. Either way, she made these allegations here. Let's continue on and see what else we got in the story. Don't believe the hype. I don't believe the hype. You never know, man. What up, John? Man, he's a good actor. What if this is, why the hell is this happening? Why can't they be chill? Well, here's the thing. If this is true, then it needs to be called out. However, if this is BS, if this is doctored up, false allegations, they're exaggerating, if it's a hit piece to get them, or a shakedown to get money out of a settlement or something like that, then for sure he should take he should exhaust everything to clear his name on this and then try to recoup from them. But this is going to have to play out in court. We really don't know. And I'm not trying to say one way or the other. What I will say is, just based off of how his management and his PR team handled this by cutting ties, that is very telling, in my opinion. That is very telling. And it's going to be, I find it tough to believe that he's going to bounce back from this anytime soon. At this point, where people are really waiting to see what happens with Marvel, are they going to cut ties with him? Now, there's another aspect to this conversation, which I don't know if I want to jump in too deep, although I will mention it, is that people are starting to bring up the race card in all of this. And what do I mean by that? Well, people are saying, look, this just happened. These allegations are happening right here. And look how many people, companies, firms are cutting them off like that. And then they point to other actors like, what's the guy that plays the Flash in the DC universe? Ezra Miller. Remember, he was on some wild, crazy tirade fighting in Hawaii. Then he goes and allegedly kidnaps some teenager in the East Coast. It was this whole wild run for months. Y'all remember that? And they have not cut him off from being the Flash in the movie, right? The movie's done. They're still going to keep him in there. So people are like, yo, how is it that he's getting cut off and all of this? And yet there's other actors that are obviously different skin color that are not getting the same kind of treatment or being cut off in the same way. I'm just mentioning it. I'm not going to dive into it too much. But there's that angle to this entire conversation with Majors here. Majors crisis publicists doubled down on the narrative that Majors was the victim when he released a series of text messages on March 30th that were intended to be exonerating. In the text exchange, which has not been independently verified, the woman wrote to Majors, I told him it was my fault for trying to grab your phone, and stressed that she told police this was not an attack. The woman allegedly wrote, and I quote, please let me know when you're okay. Please let me know you're okay when you get this. They assured me that you won't be charged. They said they had to arrest you as protocol when they saw the injuries on me, and they knew we had a fight. I'm so angry that they did, and I'm sorry you're in this position. We'll make sure nothing happens about this. I love you. The thing about this is once you involve law enforcement, by law, they have to kind of proceed, right? You bring something up to them. There are some instances where you may not want to press charges, but I believe they still have to proceed, and then they turn it over, and then the state would take it on and prosecute something in that regard. It kind of seems like that might be the situation here. And then a few hours later, the woman allegedly wrote, "I know you have the best team and there's nothing to worry about. I just want you to know that I'm doing all I can on my end. I also said to tell the judge to know that the origin of the 911 call was to do with me collapsing and passing out and your worry as my partner due to our communication prior. But for many who were in business with majors, the text messages had the opposite effect and raised more questions than they answered, namely why the woman had lost consciousness." Oh God, this is crazy. It read like a bad Lifetime movie. They basically look like text messages off a textbook abused woman. It says one person who's working with majors on an upcoming project. Oof. Ugh. Pics of the abuse probably exist and haven't been released yet. Hard to say. Hard to say. Now, it's interesting that if this is true, that the woman's trying to recant all of this and send these messages to kind of exonerate him from making him look like he did something bad, you know, she's probably realizing that you just ruined his life. And let's be honest, she's with him. She's really reaping a lot of benefits of the lifestyle, right? The access, the celebrity he has, the money he makes. So sometimes, you know, women will forgo the abuse because the situation is still too good. It's like, do I take a couple of, you know, black eyes here and there or slapped around a little bit to live this lavish lifestyle? And some women will choose that. And it almost kind of reads to me as if this is something in that vein where she's like, damn, I'm messing him up real bad. I'm about to blow my bag, which is his bag. And so now let me try to save face and act like, you know, downplay this whole situation. But, you know, once you bring the law into this and they start opening that can of worms and they start finding stuff out. In fact, all it really took was this hitting the trade media and going out on social media, becoming viral. And now look, it's already allowed other people to come into the fray and say, yeah, he did this to me, and make more allegations, which is just piling on to the entire situation here. In recent months, Majors became one of Hollywood's most promising stars. He really did, man. And I really loved his acting too. With a series of high-profile and lucrative roles on the horizon, now all eyes are on the future with Marvel, where he is poised to play the Kang in the Avengers, the Kang Dynasty. He's still attached to star in the film, which is slated to be released on May 2nd of 2025. That's a long time from now. They could certainly recast it. And the fact that they're using the whole multiverse means that they could switch someone out and still play into the multiverse aspect. We've seen it with in Spider-Man, right? Remember in the last Spider-Man movie, they brought all the different Spider-Mans together, and that kind of sets the precedent for it, that they can have the same person, but they can all look different. He's poised for a 20 mil payday, including back-end compensation. Oh man, that's gonna hurt so bad. That's gonna hurt so bad. He was also signed to star in Avengers Secret Wars, which is slated to debut in 2026. Disney is monitoring the fast move situation and has time to move deliberately. I think Disney is going to wait to see how this plays out. It seems like they have time. I think as long as this gets resolved before they have to go into filming, or they near filming, and if it's still dragging on, I think Disney will make a call at that point. But it seems like they may have not started filming just yet. So he needs to get this resolved as fast as possible. If I'm Jonathan Majors, I'm having my lawyers go to the courts. You have a right to due process and a speedy trial, and you know, all that stuff. I'm doing whatever I can to move this along, to try and clear this up as best as possible. And especially if you are innocent, especially if you're innocent, which at this point, listen, this would go against a lawyer's advice 100%. But if I know I'm getting falsely accused, I'm screaming to the high heavens. I'm coming on this live stream every night. I'm going on my social media. I'm making react reels and all this stuff. I'm innocent. I'm to the high heavens. I'm innocent. Now a good lawyer would tell you to just shut up and don't do anything for sure. But I would have to come out and say something, bro. You know what I mean? And the fact that Majors hasn't done anything to that effect, again, he's probably listening to the advice of his lawyers, but goddamn, bro, if you know you didn't do nothing, I'm coming out and saying something. You know what I mean? Come on and say something, bro. Major's been quiet this entire time. And again, for legal purposes, it's the right thing to do. But here's the thing about all of this. We live in a time where when you have an accusation brought upon you or made against you, you are fighting two things at once. You are fighting in the courts and you are fighting in the court of public opinion. And you have to come up with a strategy, in my opinion here, that works for both at the same time. Because while you're listening to your lawyers that are giving you the advice to battle it in the court of public opinion over here ain't hearing from you, and they're coming up with their own projections, assumptions and theories about this all. I think a better strategy here would be to run something in parallel that doesn't infringe too much on the legal side of what you're gonna have to deal with, but allows you to have some public facing position on this. At least make a statement. You come out, people see you give the statement, not just ran through your PR, agency or whatever. That's how I feel this should be. You know what I mean? That's how I think it really should be. The mega budget tentpole Avengers: The Kang Dynasty is scheduled to begin production in the spring of next year. Okay, so yeah, there it is. So listen, he's got until spring of next year to get this done. He better push this through, figure it out. I don't know. Obviously now there's a criminal component to this. Maybe his lawyers can get these new allegations, the people that are bringing these new allegations, maybe they can resolve this civilly. Maybe there's some kind of settlement. I really don't know, but they're already cooperating with the DA. So this looks like it's going to be rolled into a bigger criminal case. And the possibility that this doesn't close before spring of next year, when they have to start filming for the Avengers Kang Dynasty, means that he can get X'd out. I'm guessing by the end of summer, if there's no real word that it looks like he's going to be vindicated, or that these allegations start to pan out as they're not really entirely true, I think that is when Marvel starts to look at it and be like, all right, we got to start recasting this, because between the end of summer and the spring of next year, they got to cast, they got to find who their new Kang is going to be. They got to loop them into what they got going on. They got to make sure that their scheduling is available, that it doesn't conflict with any other shooting they got for movies in that time period. It takes months of preparation and scheduling to lock in these actors. So I think Majors has until the end of summer. Potentially. That's my best guess on all of this. Disney has the added wrinkle in that the alleged victim in the Manhattan incident also worked on this year's Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Oh wow. So it seems like the victim may be maybe she was a cast member, or not cast member, a crew member perhaps. Maybe it is an actress as well. But that is very touchy for Disney, because now, you got to be very careful. Wow, this is really messy, man. Majors is also stepping down from the board of Gotham Film and Media Institute, and his work with the Sidney Poitier Initiative, which was created to support emerging filmmakers. Wow. Now, this is where it gets real interesting, right? The industry was jolted by news of Major's publicist, the lead company, and Management 360 had dropped the star client well before his first court appearance next month. Again, this to me is probably the most seething part in all of this right now is that his management and publicists chuck the deuces. To me, this is something that is like the biggest red flag, right? Something, they know something, they've got word of something, and they do not believe that this is going to turn out well for him, and they're parting ways. 100%. As of now, WME is still representing Majors. Let's see. In 2018, the agency created a so-called client advisory committee, which makes a recommendation on whether or not to drop a client accused of impropriety. Let's see what else. Still, in the wake of the actor's March 26th arraignment on a complaint involving misdemeanor charges of assault and aggravated harassment, additional red flags began to emerge. Broadway actor Tim Nicolai, who appeared opposite of Rachel Weisz in the public theater production of Plenty, tweeted that day, "I'm already seeing a bunch of, why didn't you do anything? Folks, people have tried, ultimately needed a victim to come forward. It's both simultaneously awful to know he is still doing this and also a relief that he may never gets to again. A bunch of us are close with people and sometimes multiple people he has directly harmed. I don't know if they will speak on it. It is completely their decision." Wow. I didn't catch wind of this part from this person who tweeted that. It's kind of like those situations where if you're in the know, if you're in the industry, if you're in the circles, you kind of hear word of stuff. It's the same thing in the music industry, right? There was always, murmurs in the music industry about R. Kelly. There was also murmurs in the industry about Trey Songz. He's also going through some stuff. He's laying as low to the ground as you could possibly be at this point. But if you're in these circles, if you're in these worlds, you start to hear about certain people within it. In my time in the music industry, plenty of artists you've heard stuff about them doing weird shit or how they treat people and stuff like that. So this seems very much to be that situation where if you're in that world, if you're in the acting world, in those circles, they've heard about this allegedly, right? Of course, this is all allegations. A judge ordered Majors released on his own recognizance on March 25th with a limited order of protection. Over the ensuing weeks, the actor, a Yale School of Drama alum, whose recent credits include Devotion, The Five Bloods, Emmy-nominated role in HBO's Lovecraft. Oh, there it is. Yeah, Lovecraft Country was the TV show that I think really took him to another level before he started getting the movie roles, the more recent movie roles. Has been dropped from a number of jobs, including Protagonist Pictures' The Man in the Basement. The Texas Rangers have cut Majors from their 2023 season ad campaign that was scheduled to launch on Friday. And fashion house Valentino and Majors have also mutually agreed that the actor will no longer attend this year's Met Gala. In addition to his role in the MCU, the actor also is poised to play NBA bad boy Dennis Rodman in Lionsgate's film for 48 Hours in Vegas. I didn't know he's gonna do that. He's gonna play Rodman. Damn. Okay. With that project, the studio is watching developments closely before making the decision whether or not to proceed with Majors. Other projects that hang in the balance include Spike Lee's The Understudy for Amazon. A source at the studio says that Majors is still attached to star and produce alongside Will Smith, but the project hasn't moved forward since it was announced in early March. So again, these haven't started even film yet, so they're going to wait as long as they can before they make a decision. And they're going to wait to see at that point where they need to start, where the trial is, and especially I think where the court of public opinion is on Majors before they decide to cut them loose or keep them. Final quote here says, I think the truth is everywhere. I think the truth is everyone is waiting to see what Marvel will do, says an industry insider familiar with the situation. Doesn't mean everyone will do the same thing, but that's what people are looking to. Yeah, it seems fair. A lot of these other places are projects that he's working on seem to be smaller studios. Lionsgate's a well-known studio, but I mean, Disney's a behemoth, like Marvel's a behemoth. So if they cut ties with them, it looks like they will, that'll probably impact their decision as well. And again, this is kind of like that sentiment I mentioned earlier, where you got this kind of other narrative that's popping up. I find it funny how Hollywood can destroy Jonathan Majors in the blink of an eye over allegations while allowing Mark Wahlberg, Roman Polanski, Ezra Miller, Scott Rudin, and other chronically toxic operators to thrive. Selective outrage ain't so selective. You peep the game. Obviously, you see the meme right here. It's the color thing. That's also going in there. But it does, listen, the one aspect that does have me kind of like scratching my head is Ezra Miller was wilding out, bro. Ezra was out here doing the wildest shit for months. And DC still hasn't cut him off. And right now, you know, he's got hit with this misdemeanor allegations of some type of abuse. We don't even know the details of it all, but I think it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen here, man. And goddamn, listen, if he did it and he's out here beating women, then fuck it. So be it, right? You got to pay for that. It's not cool. We don't beat women. That's not what's up. And on the flip side, if this shit's all doctored up and some bullshit, yo, my man got to fight to clear his name and take action against that too. So we're all going to have to wait to see what happens here, but just kind of sad. I had high hopes for this brother, man. I really thought he's an incredible actor. You know what I mean? That someone we can see down 20 years from now. You know, there's no question that Denzel Washington is a iconic, legendary actor who I would say is a standard. You know, he sets a standard in acting. You know, when you look at all his films, and I always like to look at any actor and judge him against, you know, Denzel. And I think him, I think Jonathan Majors had the potential to, over his career, to do something in the vein of like Denzel, you know what I mean? Have a wide range of characters, a wide range of films he does, from drama to action to this to that, and cover all these different kinds of things and just pop off. But he might not even have the chance with this, man. He might not. What do you guys think about this? Thoughts? He got that W Riz. I don't know, man. I really don't know what it is. All these projects lined up and this happens. Listen, I mean, Creed 3, didn't Creed 3 just drop and then the allegations happened or the situation happened, or did it happen right before Creed 3 dropped? No, I think Creed 3 dropped and then this happened. So, you know what I mean? Right, like Cosby about to buy NBC, then boom. Oh, was he? I didn't even know he was trying to do that. Hey, real quick, take a look at this. Take a look at this, and let me ask you, is this real or is this fake? $90, what up?
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Katie, what up?
is Oscar?
That is a video game, y'all. This has gone viral today. It's called Unrecord, and it is set up in Unreal Engine 5, which is the latest revelation in Unreal Engine, which is the biggest thing is like what they've done with lighting and how it makes things look so much more realistic. And what they've done is designed a game where it's supposed to be from the perspective of the body cam, which is why you see like the weapon kind of position where it's at, and that's supposed to be like the body cam. This shit looks incredible, but it also poses a very interesting kind of question here. I thought I saw it over here. Let me see. Trainwreck's made a very good point on this. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I thought it was over here. Hold on. Let me see. Trainwreck. Let me pull this up. I want to share this with you. No, where's it at? Replies. Here. Here's what Trainwrecks had to say about this, which I thought was really interesting, and I think I actually agree with this, right? He said, I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but this level of realism in video games should be heavily moderated in shooters for anyone under a certain age. I hope parents do the job. This level of realism for shooting and killing makes me feel uncomfortable, as if I'm watching a real leak from a military or police operation. The clear distinction between real and fake is necessary, but this level of realism, in my opinion, gives real credibility to the nonsense politicians have been spewing for years about video games conditioning young people. I actually, like, that is a common train dub. This is so realistic, right, that this will desensitize you. It's almost no different than watching an actual body cam footage from a police or military and they're dropping people down. You watch that enough times, it desensitizes you. Killing people is not, you know what I mean? It's not a normal thing to see. You know, as someone that's been in combat, it in the moment, but like this really has a significant impact on your whole life, your brain, your mental health. It has a strong impact, you know, in these situations. So something like this, while I love it because I'm an adult, I understand this, but I can see where this can be extremely problematic for younger kids that are playing this, and it becomes so realistic and they become so desensitized. But it is amazing at the same time, like what video games are turning into, bro. This is incredible. If we didn't know anything about this and we just watched this like a react video, we would all think that we're watching a police SWAT cam video of a breach or something like that, and we'd be like, "Oh, damn! Like we're actually seeing this all go down." It is kind of crazy. What about GTA 6 then? I mean, GTA 6, the graphics in GTA, I mean, they're not like this. They're not this level of realism, right? Like we all know what GTA is. We all know what that looks like. Not gonna lie, it looks real. Yeah. Nope, looks real, feels fake. Politicians are gonna have a field day. Exactly. This could be too much. It's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out if this game actually comes to the market. It's currently on Steam to wishlist, but it's being developed by one sole developer, is my understanding. It's not easy to develop a game, so this could be something that takes still some years for it to even drop out or be playable, other than these clips that are, you know, going viral right now. You know what I'm saying? I could compare the impact to watching Faces of Death. Remember? Damn, I remember that vaguely though. This game is called it's called Unrecord. UN, right here. It's currently on Steam. You can wishlist it. It's not available right now, but it's called Unrecord. And again, I have to say, I agree with Train, man. This I don't think this is something that kids should be, you know what I mean? It's so real, bro. They're not gonna understand. Like, they're just gonna believe like this is what video games is like. You know? How long before this tech hits the hub? Asking for a friend? Huh. Hey, we're not very far. Actually, perfect segue, y'all. Perfect segue. We're going through our topics pretty good today. All right. I have this video up. I put it up on my second channel, y'all. If you don't know, I have a second channel, which is just all commentary. That's all I do on that one is I just commentate on things that are trending. The Mind of MoonDawg, The Mind of MoonDawg. Sub to the channel, check out the videos. I think you guys will like them. They're a good listen throughout your days. You're going through stuff, you listen to it while you're on the go, driving or whatever. I posted this video up yesterday. AI Drake in the Weeknd song went viral. I'm going to play you the song, a little bit of the song here. I also explain in this video how this can threaten the music industry. I think I'm going to add another video where I think that this can actually be a great resource for the music industry. I mentioned it in here. I'm going to expand on it in a separate video. But listen to this song from AI Drake in the Weeknd that went viral. Real problem. Let's talk about it. It goes hard too.
I came in with my ex like Celine, not a flex, bumping Justin Bieber, the fever ain't left, she know what she need, or she blessed, giving my
it's like Inception. I'm watching me watching us.
on the slave with a knife in my back, what's with that, 21, I love him, then my brother, that's my stat, Metro made the beat, so you know that it's gon' slap, it's gon' slap, time, run it back. Talking to a diva, yeah, she on my nerves. She think that I need her, kick her to the curb. All I know is you couldn't have the world, yeah, you on my world.
Got these girls on my neck, got these girls on my check. Like Selena, baby, on my cheating, baby, yeah. She taking a Lambo for a drive.
I mean, you guys hear? You would never know that that is not Drake and that is not The Weeknd. That is all AI. That is AI. That is codes and whatever else that AI does to replicate those sounds, right? Because our sounds are comprised of these tones, and AI is able to replicate it. Now there's another AI Drake song that's going viral. Listen to it. It's hard. It's hard.
Where I'm from, yeah, I got enemies. Okay, the winter's cold. Where I'm from, they try enemy. I swear the winter's cold. Where I'm from, they try to sentence me. Okay, the winter's cold. Where I'm from, we had them tenant key. I swear that pussy told. Honest, not that nigga dead to me. I got it on my own. I ain't had no one to fend for me. I never sold my soul. I will never let it get to me. In Cali with the rose. Yeah, I'm riding with a felony. She's stripping on the pole. I won't let it get the best of me. I got it on my own. No one defending me, she said she play a role. Now she tryna steal the recipe. I had to hit the road, cause I didn't like her energy. I swear that bitch be popping mileage like a remedy. Spanish bitch, a hot tamale. She be blessing me, shoot the house like paparazzi. They ain't catching me, I'm riding in a fucking Mazda. Pushing hella keys, I made it to the top floor. Now they tryna lock the door, about to get the top score. Now they tryna pull a cord, fuck her till she got sore. Now she says she wants some more, picked her to the bar for sure. Wake up and say bonjour, about to go to friends. We outside in public, baby, please pull up your prints. If they say it's up, then we ain't even shaking hands. Pull up with a beef and now they wanna change the plans. Reason why they running, cause we shooting at they mans, yeah. Hey, and it's all part of the plan. Why she keep on calling? Cause she know I'm high demand. So in love with me, I got her on command. She sucked me inside the coupe, I say, and I'm your biggest fan. Yo, she pull up whenever I land. I made it to the top, so you can see I'm living grand. I'm in Cali with some bitches on the beach, we bringin' sand. Keep that 30 on the seat and shoot like Curry with the left hand. Yeah, ballin' so damn hard, I made a Def Jam. Yeah, rollie all the mother right and left hand. Yeah, she don't play a role and she gon' get banged. Yeah. When it's cold, where I'm from, yeah, I got enemies. Okay, the winter's cold. Where I'm from, they try enemy. I swear the winter's cold. Where I'm from, they try to sentence me. Okay, the winter's cold. Where I'm from, we had them tenant key.
Hey, no shot. That goes hard. And you would never know, again, that is not Drake. That is AI generated music. Indistinguishable from the real thing. New AI Drake tune just dropped. This is going to be our future. AI is here and we are seeing it every day spread out and start to touch different facets of our lives. We've already seen what ChatGPT has done. There's Midjourney and all these AI prompting for visuals, right? Midjourney is a big one. There's many other ones out there. We're starting to see what these can do in terms of doing design and creating websites. I saw a lawyer talk about how you can use AI to have to basically not have to pay a lawyer for a good amount of stuff anymore, because you can use AI to give you the information that you would otherwise have to pay a lawyer for. Like, the codes and the gatekeeping is being kicked in. I mean, the gates are just being torn down at this point with AI. It's opening up so much, but at what cost? Obviously, there's a concern that AI is going to take a lot of jobs away from a lot of people. There's no denying that. There's absolutely no denying that this is going to threaten people's livelihoods. Funny enough, that's part of the reason why. Y'all remember Andrew Yang when he was running for president, and his whole what was it? What do you call it, y'all? When he would give you monthly checks from the government? I forgot what it was called, but the whole idea for that, for him wanting to do that, was that he recognized that automation and AI was going to eliminate jobs by the hundreds of thousands in the future. All right. Universal basic income. Thank you. Yeah. UBI. Jose, thank you. So UBI was a whole thing because he foresaw this, and we're here. We're at the very beginning of it, and it's accelerating so fast. But let me talk a little bit more specifically about in the music realm, because this is, my realm, right? Been in the music industry. I've seen the changes in the music industry. When I first started in 2005, as a budding college DJ and starting to go through, I was there from the change from disc to MP3s, the LimeWire era. Then it was the blog era. Then after the blog era was the streaming era, which we're still currently in. I've been through the biggest shifts in the music industry, especially when it went from CDs to MP3s, and then the file sharing through LimeWire was a huge. That almost crippled and destroyed the music industry. They barely survived that period, and they've bounced back since then. Once they kind of understood, how to utilize the tech and how to monetize it properly. Basically, DMCAing the shit out of everyone. Basically, right? DMCA'd everybody for all the music stuff. Now we're on the precipice of another big turning point for the music industry with AI. Now, this is going to be a threat for them, and how they handle this new technology is going to really dictate whether or not they fall to their knees again and survive this new, this next wave of music, this next change in society and all that, or if they're going to thrive from it, or if they're going to collapse completely. I think they have learned their lesson from the first, kind of turn of events when we went from MP3 or from CDs to MP3s in the LimeWire era. I think they learned that instead of automatically resisting and trying to keep the status quo, that they need to embrace technology. And what I want to do in this video, because you can always go to this, my other channel, The Mind of MoonDawg, where I outline where I think this threatens the music industry. What I want to do here is cover and share with you where I think this can actually be a benefit for the music industry, that they should take, embrace 100% on this right now. Actually, you got Universal Music Group, UMG, which is the largest music conglomerate in the world. I mean, they have like a third of the market for music, and this is the home of Drake, Wayne, Cash Money, Young Money. So many other artists are under Universal, because there's so many subsidiary labels like Motown, and I can go on and on and on. They just are massive. Where I think one area in particular, this could be extremely beneficial for labels and the artists, and this is specifically the estate of artists that are deceased, is utilizing AI to continue the work of artists that have passed. Think about right now listening to a new Tupac, a new Biggie, Juice WRLD, XXXTentacion. I can go on and on for all the rappers, singers that we have lost early. Nipsey Hussle. Think about all these artists that we lost prematurely. A lot of these artists, all right, if you don't know how this works, a lot of these artists tend to sit on hundreds of songs in their drives at the studio. What happens with the artists, they'll go in, they'll record a bunch of music, and then they're always just picking what they believe to be the best 10, 12, however many songs for an album. The whole time, everything else that they've recorded sits on a drive at a studio, and a lot of times it collects dusts. When artists pass, maybe some of that work is not being completed, or a lot of times they are working with rough draft copies, rough vocals. This is where labels and the estate of these artists can come in here and utilize AI to complete the work that was never finished for these artists, to then release albums for the artists. Now, I understand that some people and purists will be like, well, that's not really Tupac. That's not really Juice WRLD. That's not really whoever. That's just the AI and all of that. But it's a way to keep them alive. I think if it's done in a way where you have the right people, or maybe it's the core people that were there with the artists through their career, that were collaborators, if they were still in it and collaborating to create this and do this, I think that works. And I understand that this is gonna be very controversial. Some people are gonna be like, nah, I don't wanna, that's not really them. I get that part. Certainly for songs that are in their catalog, unreleased catalog, that were never completed, this could be a good way to release their vocals if they were to record. Now, if you don't know how AI music works, let me kind of break it down to you in the simplest form here, right? The way it works is someone has to actually lay the vocals down. For instance, if I wanted to do this and I already know where the website is to go do this, I would just record a song like I'm in a studio, right? If I was an artist, I would just record raps. I'd write lines. I would write it as if I was so-and-so singer, rapper, whoever. I would perform that song in the same kind of a style as that artist, right? So let's say it's Drake. We all know what Drake's kind of cadence is for a lot of his songs. I would write a verse and a hook. I would write it in the way that Drake would rap it and perform it. Then I would go in the booth and do my best to perform it in the same way that Drake would do it. Once that recording is done, you take that and you feed it to the AI, and then you give it all the prompts. It'll do its whole thing, and I'm not entirely knowledgeable in the intricacies of how this all works, other than that's the process to do it. Once you get the recording, you give it to the AI, and you model it over whatever artist it is, and then the AI will then take what you've done and do its thing, and it will change the vocals to be whoever it is you decided you wanted that song to be for. And that's how that works. So I think that the music industry could benefit from this, that fans of artists that lost their favorite artists, too early to violence, to whatever incidents may have happened, could still have that artist thriving, and the estate of those artists, right? Their family, their children still being able to benefit from their parents' works. I think that's an interesting angle where labels can effectively utilize this in a way that I think most people would probably be okay with. And at the same time, it's also creepy as fuck to know that this is a thing. I really want to hear what Drake has to say about this. I don't think he said anything about this. There's now at least 2 to 3 AI Drake songs out there. The one I showed you with him in The Weeknd and we just played on my other video. There's this one right here. I think there's another one floating around. I would love to hear what Drake has to say about this. Now, right now, Universal Music Group has gone to all of the streaming services and essentially demanded that the streaming services take action against AI music and ban it outright. So far, the other song that I played for you on my other video, which is right here on the MoonDawg channel with AI Drake and The Weeknd, the person who created this song actually, which is kind of stupid, right? They went ahead and put it on streaming services and was trying to monetize it. That you can't do that. This is going to be such a messy game, because although you recorded it, you may have written the lyrics, and technically, this is an AI using ones and zeros to come up with this whole synthetic voice. I think there's still the underlying issue of the name, image, and likeness of the actual artist that it is portraying. So I think that in court, again, I'm not a lawyer here, but my best guess is that every time this goes to trial, that whoever uses the AI is going to get shut down because you're using the name and likeness of the artist. Now, I don't know if artists are able to, you know, trademark their voice at this point. This might become a thing. I really don't know. But it seems like the only way to get around this is if you know, instead of calling him Drake, you say new break song, you know what I mean? To avoid the likeness. And of course, when people hear it, they're going to be like, oh, I hear this. It sounds like Drake, but it's really break. It's an entirely different entity. It's going to be very messy. And of course, like anything else, our laws are always lagging behind the technology, and there's not gonna be anything in the books right now that's going to cover this. So my prediction is that this is going to get messy. Lawsuits will pop up. People are going to keep on using this AI to develop and come up with new stuff using various artists' voices. And the scariest part of all of it is going to be what's real and what's fake. Because obviously someone's going to come up with some stuff and not say that this is an AI Drake. It's not an AI so-and-so. And we're going to just believe it's a new Drake record when it really actually is not. It's an AI voice. And that can really be damaging for an artist, especially as they're preparing for an album drop, some kind of a big concert, promotion, event, activation. If people start to undermine that and you know, imagine, right? Like, let's say, if we're going on the path of someone trying to be nefarious and utilizing AI music to hurt an artist, imagine Drake again, since we're talking about him. Imagine Drake, he's preparing for a new album, and let's say I released 5, 6, 7 songs. I put them out there and say exclusive, leaked Drake songs from his new album, whatever, right? And I make them so they sound like shit. The song sounds whack. It's him just blabbering on about nothing. People are going to be like, yo, it's going to turn them off from even thinking about picking up his album. There's ways that this can be used to damage artists as well. And that's the scary part. And I think that's a valid point for artists and labels to protect against, is that if this is used to confuse people, make people believe one thing, you know, for whatever reason, and that's another potential issue. But there is a glimmer of hope through all of this, and I'm interested to see how this develops as we continue to go on and explore AI. Super interesting. What do you guys think? There's a South Korean AI group called Mave, I believe. They hold concert and bring in bank. It sounds like I need to start just making stuff right now. Hey, what about Uncle Rich? I can make Uncle Rich a rapper. You know what I mean? I don't think nothing could be done like that. When the one guy came out, it sounded like Future. What do you mean? I don't think nothing could be done like when the one guy came out and sounded like Future. Look at that link. What link? AI rap is gonna be a thing. I think so too. I'm already knowing that someone's gonna create a fictitious AI rapper, swaggy AI, right? And they're just gonna make songs for the AI, and they're gonna have like a persona. And the crazy part is that people are gonna rock with it. If it's hard enough, it's gonna go. Do you listen to South African music? No, I've never been put onto it, bro. Some guy made a song. It sounds like Kanye. Yeah, there is the Kanye one too. I heard that. See, look at this. AI. Oh, okay. It says AI Drake. Yeah. So AI Drake is becoming a thing. Yo, look at this.
When it's cold, where I'm from, yeah, I got enemies. Okay, the winter's cold, where I'm from, they
Best new AI songs. It's becoming a thing already, bro. God damn.
Said she wants some more. Addicted to they boy for sure. Wake up and say bye. Said she wants some more. Addicted.
I mean, listen, it goes hard. There's no denying that shit goes hard. It beat hard. You know what I mean? Somebody said this shit goes harder than his last release. You know what I mean?
Fuck. What is yeah, I think we listened to this.
Crazy times. You try to send a link. I didn't see nothing in the chat, bro. I'm gonna want to see a lot of covers. I mean, listen. I think this could be really interesting. As I explained in my kind of like my argument here. By the way, this will all be videos up on the channel tomorrow, so you guys can run them back. You know, think about hearing Michael Jackson again. Think about Nipsey Hussle, Tupac, Biggie, all these artists that have passed. Aaliyah, right? Think about all these artists that have already passed. And again, a lot of them have, I'm sure Timbaland is sitting on unreleased Aaliyah that they never finished. The vocals were never done. You know, this is something that they can utilize to complete their works that were incomplete, or just do entirely new works and creations with people that they collaborated with. I think that would be the most authentic way to go about doing this. And, you know, it would be cool. You know what I mean? What would it be like to hear Michael Jackson on something, you know, more contemporary? You know what I mean? There is also the AI Kanye. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Let's see. Talented songwriters can capitalize off this and go viral. Yes. Songwriters can absolutely cash out on this. There's quite a few, you know, writers that don't want the public spotlight, but they're amazing writers. They can actually now write and they can actually write and then come up with a voice to perform it. Now, mind you, they don't always have to replicate a known voice. They can come up with something entirely new and utilize that for their songs, you know, and come up with a fictitious AI artist, you know, do something like that. Oh, this is weird. AI Biggie. Yo, they got Biggie and Tupac in Paris. Oh, that just blew my mind. Nah, AI Biggie. I gotta hear Pac now.
That's
Yo, that is crazy. That is crazy. By the way, y'all, now that I play that, I'm going to get hit on this video for DMCA. So now's the perfect time to become a member. All right. Support your boy. Super chats around, all of that. You can text a speech, $2 minimum. Talk to your boy. I appreciate it in advance. Wow, bro. Wow. I didn't even know that was a thing. They already hit him with the Biggie and Pac. That's crazy. Holy shit. That's wild, bro. Damn, that really blew me. Mine's blown for real. That's just hip hop. There's rock and roll ones too. Yo, they clowning. Yo, like the fact that they're putting people on these obscure, completely out of their realm music it's funny, but it's like it's obviously over the top. Obviously. Obviously. You think Metallica or the Beatles? Bro, what? Bad thing would be that someone makes something you never said, then calls the police. Oh, yo. Oh, man, yo. At the same time, if you actually did do that, that's a good defense. Your Honor, it wasn't me. It was a fucking AI voice. I never said that. Prove it. You can't not prove it. I win. You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing, legislation is gonna lag so far behind on this. This is gonna advance faster than legislation can ever enact anything. So legislation is gonna be relegated to responding to the issues that this is gonna turn into as we go down the road in the next few years. You know, that's when they're gonna take action. Once they figure out like what's the most common issues with the tech, how it's being utilized, then they'll start to address it. Yeah, we got at least 4 years, at least, before that happens. You know, you got 80-year-old politicians been in there all their life, bro, because we don't have term limits. You got these career politicians that have no clue what anything that's happening on the AI front, other than what their staffer briefs them on, and maybe their junior intern, you know, from whatever college that's interning for them over the summer, you know, tells them about. They have no clue. You know what I mean? A handful of those in Congress probably know what's up, you know. And those are like some of the younger politicians. And by younger, we're talking about like what, mid-30s, early 40s at best. Okay, what up, baby? Yeah, how do you prove? How do you not prove? People are getting calls about relatives being kidnapped, and the kidnappers are using AI to make them sound like the victims. Oh my God. Longer with the way we tend to operate. True. It's gonna be wild. Oh, there's another one. I did want to ask something else. Let me add this. And one other way I think that this could be useful and productive using AI music is going to be for songwriters. One big thing, a big challenge when any kind of young producer, singer-songwriter has when they're trying to get their music to an artist is you have to kind of convey that vibe to the artist. Sometimes artists, you know, when you come up with something like, oh, I automatically think, yo, this is made for Meek Mill or Rick Ross or Kanye or whoever, you know, it doesn't mean that those artists, when they hear the song, initially thinks the same thing. They might be like, nah, I don't hear it. This could be a great way for producers and singer-songwriters to create it. Sometimes you'll have, they'll write the hooks in there. And this is a great way for those singer-songwriters and producers to present their music, their beat, their song to an artist or A&R, have an AI of the artist that they envision the song for doing the hook. And I'm telling you, even for me, if I hear that, it's going to sway me because it's like I'm hearing is believing. I can hear it if they say, let's say they put Rihanna on it and they wrote the hook for this song, the beat's fire, they wrote the hook, they had the AI modeling do a Rihanna voice on the hook, and you go to Rock Nation like, yo, I got a song for Rihanna. This is a hit. Listen. And they're like, they hear it and like, oh my, yeah, I hear it because I hear Rihanna. It connects the dots so much faster. And that's a big way that I think singer-songwriters and producers should be utilizing AI generated music voices to polish up their works, to make those pitches to the A&Rs and to the artists and to the managers. And when they hear it, it connects those dots a lot faster. It's going to be interesting. I think that's going to be a good come up for them as well. For sure. All right, y'all. Let's oh shit. Why is this not on my screen? Hold up. There we go. Where we at? We're still over 50, y'all. We dipped down a couple. We're still trying to hit that first 100. All right, we got that covered. Let's continue on with the conversation, y'all. This right here. I talked about this on my other channel, The Mind of MoonDawg. In fact, I think I got it right here. Cenat was banned from Twitch. Another common Twitch L. That video is up. Check it out, The Mind of MoonDawg. Now we have a follow-up. We're getting reports here from multiple sources, not confirmed, but there's enough of these media sources on Twitter that are coming up and you know, putting this out there. What we have here is that it's been reported that Twitch made between 10 and 15 million when Kai streamed every day of the month of February. He reportedly took home around 2 mil. Remember, he streamed in February for Black History Month. He did a complete subathon. That meant he streamed every day, essentially 24 hours for the entire month. He broke the previous Twitch record for sub counts at 283,000, which was held by Ludwig, I believe. And he didn't even just pass 283. He blew it out the water. He ended up breaking 300,000 subs over this. It was the shortest month of the year, actually. So it was 28 days. He was able to do that in 28 days, which is an amazing thing. He's had this meteoric rise as a content creator, big YouTube following. He went into live streaming space a few years ago now, and he's just been just skyrocketing up. And I enjoy his content. I think he's fresh, and especially as someone that represents, you know, inner city, the youth. He brings hip hop and the street culture to his live streams, largely underrepresented. When you look at the broader live streaming space, I was great. A big fan and happy to see my man shining, you know what I'm saying? But when you look at the numbers here, this is disgusting. He did and brought so much money to the platform in that 1 month. And then just the other day, he was banned from the platform. Now, we don't know if it was a few day ban, 7-day ban, 30-day indefinite ban. We haven't heard any kind of word on this so far, but they banned him. And we really don't know. There's some speculation as to what the ban was about, but we haven't had any confirmation from Kai as to what he was banned for. This is probably one of the most egregious things I've seen Twitch do today. And they've done some pretty dumb shit that have gotten them L's all over the place. But this may be the biggest L ever Twitch has done. What's pretty upsetting about this is that this goes to show you how bad that platform is in terms of creators and their splits. He got 2 mil out of 10 to 15 that was totally made there. That's not even like 20% or something. Like the math ain't mathin'. I don't know what his split was. If it was a 70-30, it has to have 70-30, I'm guessing here. If it was a 50-50, but the numbers don't add up here. And to me, this is really the nail in the coffin. We don't know whether or not he's going to move platforms just yet. I hope he does. There's no sense in having platform loyalty. And unless, or let me say this, if you're a creator on Twitch and you're stuck with a 50-50 split with them, and you're still streaming there and haven't left or started going elsewhere and started converting your audience to another platform where you can thrive better from their support, I am convinced those creators hate fucking making money. They absolutely must hate making money to thrive and to run a successful content creation business. Why would you allow yourself to still be getting raped of 50% of your income from Twitch? It is absurd. And then you see stuff like this. I don't even understand how people still mess with that platform. I left it, maybe coming up on a year now. I left it because nothing about it makes any type of sense. And I hope, right? And ultimately this is Kai's decision, but I hope this brother leaves that platform because nothing about any of this shows that they really actually give a shit about him. They only care about what they're getting from his work. That's it. It was this old saying, I'm sure many of you may have heard it, go where you are celebrated, not tolerated. He ain't celebrated there. a stupid pair of ugly fucking purple shoes they sent him as a congratulations for his achievement, hitting 300,000 subscribers. Now knowing that they raked in 10 to 15 mil, they should have sent them so much more. They should have offered him a contract. And presumably, it seems like they haven't done it just yet. And I'm hoping that he realizes this and his team makes the decision to move. The thing about it is his audience will move with him. And I don't know why he's holding back. He could go on YouTube. They'll easily throw him a bag at Kick, the new streaming platform. Aiden Ross is already over there. He wants him over there so they can collaborate again. People want to see that. I don't understand why creators are so scared to move. Yeah, you might not have every one of your audience in your community move with you, but you'll have enough that will move with you, still rock with you, and you can start building up again over there. So many people are afraid to do this, and it's holding them back. And the whole time you're holding yourself back, you're having half of your fucking income stripped away from you from this platform that isn't doing, like, what are they really doing? They're just providing the servers for you to stream from. That's it. They're not up putting the hours in for you to develop your content, for you to do your prep work for your content, all the production stuff that goes into it. They're not doing anything with that. They're merely giving you a platform just to hit go live and the back end stuff to allow you to appear on people's screens and mobile devices for 50%. It blows my mind. Some of the comments here, so it's not 50-50 split. This is robbery. Bro, 2 in the mouth seems all right to me. There's a couple of comments in here I do want to comment on and react to, which is you got this sentiment here from some people that is like, oh, but why? What's the big deal? You made 2 mil. That's more than most people make. Yeah, of course it is, right? But that is a stupid fucking way to look at it. People that have this mindset that, oh, but you made 2 mil. Why are you crying? Or what's the big deal? There were some other comments like this too. Here. Bro made 2 mil in the shortest month of the year streaming. Am I supposed to feel bad for him? The problem with this logic from idiots is that, one, you have no sense of basic business. This is fundamentally about business. That attitude and sentiment it comes from a place of you're just happy to have a job type shit. That's not how that's a shitty way to live, right? And there's a lot of companies that even tried to with me with my contract in radio, try to make it be like, oh, well, you should be happy that we're giving you this amount of money. I'm like, no, I know my fucking worth. I know what I provide. I know what my ratings are. I know what I'm doing. I know the work that I'm putting into this. No, that money needs to reflect the work that goes into it, period. And Kai, for 28 days, bro, he lined up so much content. It's commendable that he had something every day lined up that was interesting, funny, creative, wild. Every day was something different that him and his team put together that made people come there, watch, and support. For them to give them just walk away with 2 mil out of the 10 to 15, guys, this is basic business. This is basic business. The math, it's just a horrible, horrible split for him. He deserves way more of a bigger chunk from that. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Are we all following me? This is just capitalism at its finest. Listen, I don't really have a problem with capitalism in a sense, but still, walking away with 2 mil after you did everything. He did everything. The production, the cameras, he did everything. He orchestrated it all. Why is he not walking away with more of the revenue? Now, I'm not saying he should walk away with all of it, right? Clearly, Twitch is the platform. They should get a taste. It's not that. It's just that these splits are so skewed. And then when you have reports of like this coming out, that again, that they're walking away with 10 to 15 mil. He only took home around 2 mil. It's disgusting. You know what I mean? And again, a lot of these comments here, you get a mixture of some that are like, this is a disgrace, this is bad. You also have some in here that, again, with that stupid mentality, like this guy. If I made 2 million in a month streaming from the comfort of my house, doing what I want and having fun instead of having to wake up at the ass crack of dawn and go to a crappy paying job that I hate, I'd be extremely humble, thankful, and happy as hell. Streamers are entitled and greedy. That is such a fucking stupid take. You clearly hate fucking making money and have a clear problem with understanding what your worth is in the marketplace and for what you're doing. You are literally, that mentality 100% is okay with eating scraps off the floor. I don't know about y'all, but if I'm putting in the work, I want to reap the rewards. That's why one tenet of capitalism that I enjoy. If you put in the work, you have every right to reap all the benefits from it, right? If all of us are out here grinding our ass off to make something happen here, this is the land where you can shine from it, right? That's how these entrepreneurs become millionaires. They do all the work, they're doing all the sacrifices, all the grinding to build something that then blows up, and you get, as a benefit, you get to reap those rewards and generate wealth and grow from that. That's one of the great things. Anybody can do it. That's the great thing about it in this country. Like, everyone has a shot, the opportunity to do this, right? Does it mean you're guaranteed to do this? Absolutely not. But for me, the problem here is that this is a clear picture that Twitch doesn't give a fuck about him after all that he's done. And I pray that this brother walks away from this shitty platform and goes somewhere where he will get a better split and recognition for what he does and what he brings to the platform. Because what he's bringing to the platform and what he's doing by merging live streaming with hip hop and street culture, he's having all these artists come on there, having these just huge monumental streams. A lot of times, I can tell you now, a lot of these music labels are looking to get their artists on his streams because of his audience. It significantly is having a positive impact on these artists and their music and the exposure. He's now become a fixture that you know, again, in the music hip hop world, they want to get the artists on his show and his live streams. So he is in a great position, but he's not getting what he deserves. And that is fundamentally the issue with all of this. It's disgusting to see that Twitch fucking robbed the kid, bro. There's no, you got to call it like it is, man. Spade to spade. They robbed Kai Cenat, if this is true. He should walk away with 60% at the very least. Yeah, right? Like that. Here's the thing. If he has a 70-30 split, even then, the numbers don't match. If it was 70%, if it was 10 mil, he'd be walking away with 7. So what's interesting here is how these numbers so off. You know what I mean? Like, something is so off about this. You know, I would find it hard to believe that Kai was on a 50-50 split with Twitch. I would find it extremely hard that he had a 50-50. He probably had a 70-30. And so even then, where's the rest of the money? So let's say they did a 70-30 split with his sub money, and maybe, now what I will say is I watched a lot of his subathon, right? I watch him pretty often. He runs, or his mods run ads pretty often, almost kind of spammy. So I wonder if a lot of this money came from the advertisements they were running on his stream, and if he wasn't getting some kind of a better split there, you know, we don't know. But again, if this comes out and this is verified, then something is way off, bro. If I'm Kai, I'm calling up in there trying to get some extra answers as to how the fuck did I just walk away with this and y'all got this much? Like, run the numbers, bro. Run the numbers. Does he have an agent? He can't with this kind of a deal, right? I don't know. I don't know if he has an agent. I know he has a manager and he has a team. You know, but here's the thing, you know, if his manager is a young guy, you know, a lot of times these guys will have like the homies, and you kind of create like your team like that, but they may not have real prior experience to being in these agent/manager positions. They may not have the knowledge in terms of like these contracts. So they might not understand all this stuff, and they may be missing things. You would hope that he has a lawyer. I'm sure he has a lawyer to look over stuff. So, you know, whether or not his lawyer is doing any of this stuff, generally you have a manager that will kind of negotiate. Lawyers will review stuff. maybe do some negotiating in that regard. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know enough to know what his situation is. You know, does he have like a industry kind of agent, which would probably be better for him at this point because he's so big that he has like a CAA representation or someone more like a veteran agent would probably be better suited for him at this point than if it was like the homie just playing the role. You know what I mean? C's, what's up, bro? But to me, bro, this is wild. And it makes me upset, man, when people come up with these dumb takes like, oh, just be happy with 2 mil. Bro, listen, everybody watching right now, if you knew that your company, you busted your ass for 30 days, you was doing everything. I mean, you were the #1 reason why sales were through the roof for the entire month, right? And you find out after the fact that your company made about 10 to 15 mil and you only made 2 mil. Tell me, please tell me any one of y'all would not be upset about that. I mean, is there anybody that would be like, I'm cool with my 2 mil. Don't worry about it. I'm not worried about that they got the lion's share of everything. I'm cool with my little 2 mil. Seriously. I want what's mine, fam, for sure. Yeah, true. I'm good, C's. How you been, brother? Let me hear it. Don't forget, you can see the full video on my other channel, The Mind of MoonDawg on YouTube, y'all. Check out the channel, sub to the channel. Definitely appreciate it. Shit, run me my coins. Exactly. This is about basic business. And so many of these some of these people are streamers that make this, comment. Some of these idiots don't understand basic business principles. This is a matter of principle. It's not to say you're ungrateful for 2 mil. 2 mil is definitely life-changing. But again, when you did all the work, you should be compensated for the effort and the work that went into what you did. And that is undeniable. Can't argue that. Twitch robbed this kid. Robbed him in broad daylight. And then fucking banned him right after it. You can't make this shit up. You really can't. I mean, I'm broke as shit right now. 2 mil is a lot. 2 mil is a lot. But again, if you did all this work, you did all the 30 days, you was busting your ass to be the #1, employee, and you brought in all this money for the company, you would probably think like, hey, yo, like it's not that I'm ungrateful, but like I deserve more because of what I did. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, they were doing them dirty. So Aiden, there's the clip of Aiden talking about that they confirmed that they signed a superstar streamer. So no confirmation on who that is, but interesting to see when they roll it out, or when that announced, if it is Kai. I mean, I like I said, I really hope that he walks away from Twitch, man. That to me is just so disrespectful. So disrespectful. You know what I mean? So disrespectful. I'm cool, and you're not wrong. That's fucked up, bro. Needs to sue and get that coin back. I don't even think there's much he can do. You know, if he signed the contract, if there's some kind of something in writing, he's just kind of stuck with it. But clearly, hopefully he realizes that that's a shitty deal. That is a shitty deal. You know what I mean? I really want to know more about this. Hopefully more information comes out of this. It's not ironic that this is starting to make its rounds on social media and the all these various Twitter accounts, because he was just banned, and ironically this information comes out. I wouldn't be surprised if someone on his camp anonymously sent this to those Twitter accounts, these Twitter, these accounts that are like media accounts on Twitter, that sent them this information on the low, you know what I mean? To start putting Twitch on blast. It almost lines up perfectly. Like, why did it just come out now? Well, Kai just got banned from Twitch 2 days ago. And then this comes out the day after. It's not coincidence. It's not coincidence. I'm sure somebody from this camp dropped this. You know what I mean? What's this? Snapchat AI. Snapchat got AI? Bro, who still uses Snapchat? All right, y'all, let's go ahead and why did Kai get banned? Well, it seems like per Dexerto, they're saying that Kai's Twitch ban was due to quote unquote repeated explicit simulated sexual activity in GTA. So GTA roleplay. You know what I'm saying? I was a big GTA role player. The thing about GTA roleplay is you can get off the cuff and you can have like what do you call it? ERP, emotional RP, like where you just be like, you know, you be just saying very outlandish stuff. I loved RP, but it looks like they're cracking down on that now. So again, that's what they're reporting, but we don't know for sure. And even then, we don't even know how long he's been banned for. You know what I mean? It's already been like what, 2 days? So we'll have to kind of see where that's at. But that, like, your man just made you millions of dollars and you ban him over a fucking role play. You see what I'm saying here? Like, this shit makes no sense. Makes no sense. It's extremely harsh, especially when he's made so much money, and he's not like one of those streamers that constantly gets bans. I don't think he's gotten banned before this one. He's very self-aware during his streams about anyone or himself doing anything that can get caught up in TOS. So for them to pop him on a roleplay is stupid, bro. It's roleplay. Twitch is at a point right now where they're virtual signaling and they're trying to play to the, I'm gonna call it like it is. Twitch got super woke, bro. You know what I mean? Any little thing that is like, there's no context or anything. They are swift to just lay bans down. And the thing about it is, like, it's not even like fair, bro. There was a chick who got caught who was having sex on stream, got banned for like a day, and other people do other stuff that's far less egregious, get banned for like months or permabanned. So the way they roll out their moderation is a complete shit show. It's a lot of the reason why people have been going over to kick.com, where you can also find me for my after hour streams, unfiltered, real raw, kick.com, djmoondawglive. That's where we go for like bonus streams and we get crazy. But they're not enacting this moderation in a disproportionate way. Here's the thing with Twitch though, man. Actually, let me point this out here. So this is the story that's running as far as why Kai got banned for quote unquote simulated sexual activity on stream for some GTA stream, which, you know, whatever, right? Now I want to go down to a section where it says here, according to Twitch's community guidelines, sexually suggestive content is prohibited on the platform. Quote, to ensure content on Twitch is appropriate for diverse audiences, sexually suggestive content is prohibited on Twitch. Okay, Twitch. Let's go to hot tubs, pools, and beaches. All right, guys. Let's take a look at what's on here. Let's look at this one. All right. Now, I personally do not care that women are on a platform like this in bikinis. It don't bother me. I don't give a shit. I do know that this is a funnel that they use to lure people over to their OnlyFans. It's a hustle. I respect the hustle. But why the fuck is there a mirror here to catch her ass? You see what I'm saying? How is that not sexually suggestive? It's not like she's just sitting up in this bitch But there's a mirror there specifically so people could see her ass the entire time. All right. Go to another one. Again, in a bikini, whatever, in a hot tub, no big deal, whatever. It is what it is. But here's the thing. How is this not sexually suggestive content? How? Right? In their words, how is this not sexually suggestive content? Oh, but let's read this add-on. Continuation from the quote, or from their community guidelines. This is how they get themselves out of this whole mess. Evaluations on the sexual suggestiveness of a behavior or activity are independent of user attire. This is the fucking little verbiage right here that gives Twitch the fucking wormy wiggle room to allow shit like this. And again, I do not care. It doesn't bother me that women are on here. It's a hustle. I respect it. It's all good. My argument though is how contradictory this fucking platform is with their goddamn rules. Right? Again, in the pool, whatever. I don't care. Independent of a user attire, and are instead based on the overall surrounding framing and context. Well, if we want to talk about framing, she's got her ass framed right in the shot. How is that not sexually suggestive? It's a fucking hypocritical. This is a lot of what Trainwrecks has pointed out that is hypocritical of the platform. They pick and choose their battles. They allow women to be free and express themselves, which again, I'm fucking fine with it. That's cool. But then you get your biggest streamer banned for allegedly a GTA situation that was simulated sexual activity. How the fuck is that work? Here we go. Right in the big banana, boys. You can't make it shit up. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. I mean, what is this? It's not about her. Go watch her. All good. No problems with the creator whatsoever and what she's doing. I'm merely pointing out the hypocrisy in how this stupid platform rolls out and dishes out their moderation here, right? And with this one simple line about independent of user attire, it gives them an escape to allow this content to thrive as a funnel, especially because young boys are seeing this stuff and are getting sucked in and getting exposed to adult content through the e-girls and getting funneled into their OnlyFans, which they shouldn't be exposed to. You know what I mean? I can go on a whole nother conversation about how this threatens and hurts young men and young boys. Because there are minors that are watching this shit right now. 100%. And this does not help. It actually hurts young men completely. They are being manipulated and sucked into this stuff. And, you know, these creators are essentially just taking their money from them. Again, I understand the hustle, but two things could be true at once. I'm all cool with creators doing their OnlyFans and it's adult content. It should be for adults. And if adult men are partaking in it, all good. It's all consenting. But let's be clear that there are young boys on here watching this shit and getting sucked into it. And it's not good, man. It messes with their heads. It messes with their heads. So that's my whole point with all of this, which is why Twitch is dog shit. They banned them for allegedly simulated sexual activity and GTA roleplay. Twitch, be fucking for real, bro. You feel me? Stay woke. Only geeks work at Twitch. I mean, listen. The thing about it is Twitch has certainly become it's a very liberal platform, extremely liberal. They want to be all inclusive. They want to be welcoming to everyone. And again, I'm fine with that. But where it becomes problematic is that when you're not allowing all creators, because everyone has different points of views, different beliefs, when you're not allowing everyone to speak equally and suppressing others to protect the minority class of people, like, come on, man. Like, You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of crazy to me. Unless it's egregious attacks, which is unacceptable, right? But everyone should be able to kind of express themselves. And if it's and you know, think about it. My thing is like, if you don't like the content, like if I didn't like any of this shit, guess what? I just wouldn't watch it. I wouldn't go and like report every one of these women. No, like it's fine. They hustle. If the platform's allowing them, cool. But at the same time, the platform shouldn't ban someone for some sexually suggestive shit when you got motherfucking all these women over here doing this shit, which is clearly fucking sexual, bro. Right? We know what it is. There's no word how long that ban will last. Bro, everyone is a lib. You know, it's fine. Listen, I'm more central in it all. I think there are valid points on both liberal and conservative. There are things that I like from each side, and there's other things that I fucking hate. You know what I mean? Most Americans tend to ride down the middle, and most of Americans are moderate to the right, leaning to the right a little bit. You know what I mean? Majority of the country is middle to middle right. So, you know, again, like I said, there's things that I, you know, obviously, for instance, we need to look out for people in our country who are impoverished, that don't have a lot, right? We need to have these programs to help them get a leg up. Doesn't mean that, but it also doesn't mean that they should be mooching off the system either, right? Like helping is one thing, but enabling them so they can just leech off the system, it's not acceptable either, right? And that's a belief that like the left believes in helping, right? Social programs, great. The right also believes that like people shouldn't be on this shit for their entire life either, right? So I agree with both. Like I think two could be true at the same time. Like we should create things to help people, but like them living off that shit either, it's not good, bro. That hurts all of us. That's more taxes out of all our pockets. People are abusing the system. I think most reasonable people understand and don't agree that we should allow people to abuse these systems or these programs that we're paying into, bro. That's more of our money are being taken out, and we know people are abusing the shit. You know what I mean? What up, Kev? I haven't seen you in a minute, bro. Twitch needs to implement an ID thing for each account to be able to watch 18 plus your streams. All stream platforms to do it. If you don't have ID. Yo, you know what? I'm not mad at that. I think it would get a lot of pushback. I have been thinking about this for a while now. Look, I've been thinking about this for a while now as a way to maybe alleviate the issue of minors watching, you know, content that should be 18 plus stuff. Like all of this stuff right here should 100% be all 18 plus. You can only get in it by your account being verified that you're 18 plus. This is why I'm not mad at what Elon is doing on Twitter with Twitter Blue. People were moaning and groaning about paying $8 a month to be verified. However, I think that provides a better experience for people when you have your account verified that you are who you are, that you are of a certain age, so that you can access everything on that platform. Now, I understand that some people can have problems with your information being collected or submitting it. I would hope that when you do something like this, that they only use it to verify you and then they immediately discard it. It's not saved on servers. It's not used for any other collection purposes. It's only used to verify. And if so, then I'd be cool with that. Maybe there needs to be maybe if I was a tech company, I would develop a platform that is like an all-in-one platform for verification that allows all these other apps to tap into. So for instance, you would come to my app, you would verify yourself, and then that token verification, now when you connect when you link your account to all your other social medias, it verifies you through them because we've done the major verification that you are who you are, that you're of age, and then you have access to all these different pieces of content. I think that can help with preventing minors. Right now, the system for minors is bullshit, bro. Kids ain't stupid. They know how to make a fake account and put in a bogus birthday. And now you're 25 and they 13. You know what I mean? Like, kids are not stupid. It is a good idea. So if one of you motherfucker pops up with this idea, I'm suing you. I'm suing you, son of a bitches. Just give me some bread, bro. Call it a day. You know what I mean? But why not do that? Again, Twitter, I like what Elon's doing with Twitter with the verification, so that, you know, and it doesn't mean when you verify that you have to have your legal name on your display. You can still have your whatever name you want and all that stuff. It's just when you see the check mark, it just lets other people know that, like, you are an actual person. You're not a bot. You know, you are a real person. It doesn't mean that your personal info is on your account. So I know, oh, Jonathan Jones, that's you, bitch. I'm gonna go fucking find you and all this shit. Oh, look. There we go, boys. Yeah. Sub up so you can write your name on the board, which means just to turn around and write it on the board. There you go. So, you'll split the bag? I appreciate it. Good looking, bro. I'm cashing in on your idea. You motherfuckers probably would and not give me no credit. That's dirty. We're going to give you the Kai Twitch split? Yo! That's funny, bro. And I'll ban your bitch ass. Ban you. You're not even green anymore, Wayne. I don't even want to talk to you, dog. My boy ain't even green anymore. Damn, y'all down bad. A lot of y'all ain't green no more. Damn. I give you an idea. You'll make millions off of it. Damn, y'all dirty. Just think, that's somebody's daughter. I mean, yeah. But like here's the thing. Yeah, I generally, you know, I make the point to make the point on principle, not against any of these creators. You know what I mean? Like when I chop this up and I put it online, I'm sure someone's be like, oh, you're like, no, it's not about them. It's all good. You know what I mean? If they're oh wait, do I know this? Have I seen her before? Wait a minute. Does she have a YouTube channel? Her name looks familiar. YouTube, is this I think I've seen her YouTube channel. Is it her? Let me. It is her. Yo, her videos used to show up on my shit for a minute. I did not know she went down this road. God damn. Well, there's that. Yeah, so anyway, I don't really care about this shit. This shit don't bother me. Like, it's all good. Get your hustle on, get your bread. You know, this is a part of the problem. Too many fucking men simping out here and shit like that. And capitalize off them. Like, get it. Take advantage of these motherfuckers. They're stupid, right? My thing though is that when you look at the rules here, how they don't apply it evenly. That's essentially what it comes down to. Yeah, Shorty used to fucking pop up on my recommendation shit for a minute. My daughter ain't got no pool in her room. The fuck? Yo, imagine your daughter running up to you talking about, yo, dad, I need a little pool. Can you buy me a blow up pool? Like, what the fuck for? None of them got ass like that. I mean, listen, bro, I ain't gonna make no comments on that. I'll make a comment on that. I'm getting canceled. I'm just gonna chill. All right. Listen, they a lot of top heaviness. You know what I mean? Can't have it all. Have you seen the Balenciaga AI ads? I've not seen that shit. Yo, Rika, thank you for the 2 gifted. Love, I appreciate that. Did they get claimed? Yeah, it looks like they did. Yo, appreciate that, babe. You know, I get to run in my mouth, and I ain't gonna, you know, might like let some shit slip. By the way, guys, if you're on IG, come fuck with your boy on YouTube, DJ MoonDawg Live. Sub to the channel at least. Check out, you know, from these live streams. If you miss anything, I generally the next day will trim out and give like the highlights from some of the stuff we talk about, so you can get that cut up in like bite-sized pieces of content that you can listen to throughout your days. You're going about work, driving on the road, or, you know what I mean, slow day at the gig. Put on your little earbud or your AirPod. You can listen to the content, watch the video, and that support, definitely appreciate it. So Slide through DJ MoonDawg Live, sub to the channel. My other channel is The Mind of MoonDawg. Almost forgot my fucking name. The Mind of MoonDawg. That's my second channel. And a lot of that is just standalone content, pieces that are more conversational and opinion / reaction to various things I find on the internet. So it's a little bit more random stuff, but I think it's all interesting. What did we say here? Yes, they were. Bro, look it up on YouTube. Balenciaga, Harry Potter, Balenciaga, Breaking Bad. Let's take a look. Yo, I can't believe this is her though. I didn't even know she did that thing.
To the moment.
Kev says, sheesh, well, I've been watching this fool for so many years and now 17 months on the red side, baby. Let's go. $17, brother. Appreciate you, bro. Hopefully you've been good, man. I know we ain't seen you around. You out here grinding, got a girl now and shit. I ain't gonna lie. I miss when Kev was single. Hey, motherfuckers get wifed up or hubbied up and then they go MIA. You know what I'm saying? Never fucking fails, bro. All right, let's take a look here. Let me see here. Balenciaga AI. Breaking Bad by Balenciaga?
Jesse, we need to produce.
Is this it? I hate playing song shit with music. I'm gonna get hit so bad on goddamn DMC on copyrights. Thanks. This is AI generated? Oh yeah. I mean, I can see it like in the movement. I can see the flickering. So
I'm not buying Balenciaga, Skylar. I am Balenciaga. A guy goes.
why do people come up with this? Is fucking weird. What was the point of this? Bro, that's so weird. That's so weird. Harry Potter?
You are Balenciaga, Harry.
Well-organized mind.
Hey, yo. Yo, Dumbledore with the drip. God damn.
Balenciaga is but the next great adventure.
Nah, yo. Okay, all right. It's clean though. What's his name? Malfoy?
You'll soon find out that some fashion is better.
Vado Balenciaga. Yo, that's wild though. Reeking with another gifted membership going out to Wayne. I guess this motherfucker came out of purgatory. God damn. Y'all be letting Reeking carry the load, y'all. Jesus. What a legend, Reeking. Thank you, baby. Yo, AI is wild. Yo, it is wild. They even got a Marvel Balenciaga. No shot. What?
Balenciaga. Achieving balance and elegance is inevitable.
Hulk smash while Balenciaga fashion lasts.
What? Yo, Hulk is a Giga Chad. Are you kidding me?
Genius billionaire and irresistibly drawn to Balenciaga.
Nah, he looks too much. Yo, this is supposed to be Thor, right? He looks too much like Stifler. He looks like dude that was the actor that played Stifler. Loki.
With great power comes great Balenciaga.
Reality bends to Balenciaga's whims.
In Balenciaga, we trust the ultimate symbol of freedom and fashion.
Jarvis, can Balenciaga save the world?
Sir, in the realm of fashion and elegance, they are indeed the saviors.
In shadows, Balenciaga is our light.
Freedom, justice, and Balenciaga for all.
Balenciaga, fit for the gods, coveted by mortals.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Hulk look like a goddamn, for real, like a stud. Goddamn. No, they did her dirty.
Balenciaga transcends time and space. It's the very fabric of the multiverse.
I am Groot. I am Balenciaga.
Yo, this is weird, bro. What the fuck? Bro, and these channels are making fucking a ton of money. Just doing this shit. I mean, they got Lord of the Rings Balenciaga, Star Wars Balenciaga. It's a whole thing, bro. I didn't even know this is that big of a thing. This is crazy. What rabbit hole did y'all drive me into now? God damn. Yeah, they did Cap dirty. They did what's the name? Gamora dirty. She looked kind of fucked up. Damn. Not Shrek. Yo, they got everything in here. This is crazy. Bro, we living in crazy times, man. All right, let's take a look. What else do we have lined up for today? Let's see where we're at here. Kid and play. I'm chronically online, dude. My bad. Nah, it's good. I like it because it brings something different. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, listen, every one of us can't be online all the time to see everything. So it's cool because when you guys see something that we find interesting, you can let me know and we can pull it up and now we all discover it. You know what I mean? So I'm all about it. You know what I mean? If you guys find something that's super interesting. Now, if it's whack, I'm gonna let you know that was fucking whack. But nah, that was interesting. It was actually crazy. All right. What was I about to pull up? Looks like we got more clips from the whatever podcast, y'all. Oh God. Let's see what we got here. Scammer justifies. Oh, let me hit record on this. We're gonna probably use this for a highlight. All right, we got some new clips from the whatever podcast. You already know these tend to get people triggered. Scammer justifies $200,000 in child support. Oh God.
Didn't you say you like Kim K?
I love all the Kardashians.
Oh. Yikes.
I love
All right, leave it there.
I'm obsessed with them. I watch every single Wednesday at 9 p.m.
Wait,
I'm over Travis and Courtney macking it and like tongue licking. Get over it. Why?
Send the asteroid. Send the asteroid. Okay.
I'm not the only one.
Okay, so Kim Kardashian will get $2,000 a month in child support from Ye as the couple settle their divorce. And
She also got the house next door that Kanye bought in the divorce too.
By the way, I don't know if you guys. Oh, hold on, let me turn that off. I don't know if you guys know, but Kim Kardashian actually is her net worth is more than Kanye.
Yeah.
Oh, she's like 1.7 billion.
Well, Kanye lost a lot of stuff.
And now,
because
especially now.
Everything he has to say.
But it's interesting to me that even though that she, obviously, I'm assuming she has a greater deal of custody of the children now that they're divorced, but she has $1.7 billion. Does she need child support? What do you guys think?
No, but I think
it's not just about
it's not about
support.
the money. It's about what Kanye's done. I think it's a good fuck you, and I think it's I would do the same shit after everything he's put that family through.
Yeah.
Well, you think about it too. I mean, she's put that family through some stuff too. I know that you're probably a fan of hers, but I'm just saying. I mean, she's no saint either.
The videos and stuff.
No, just like in general. I mean, there's probably way more than that, but
I feel
mean,
like
your
with more with
father
Kim,
saying that he loves is a little different.
The guy I think has a very serious mental health issue.
Interesting
question.
Yeah.
So a lot of Kanye's issues probably come from his bipolar disorder.
Mm-hmm.
If it was the wife who had a mental illness, bipolar disorder, would she still have to be the one paying $200,000 a month to her ex-husband?
Mm-hmm.
Would we treat that the same way, even though?
I don't think it's about the disorder. I think it's about what he's done. I have serious mental health issues as well, and you don't see me spewing about Hitler.
What do you got?
I don't think that's something that
you don't want
I would share with you.
You don't want to talk
I don't
about
like personally.
You don't
like
want to talk
so.
about it.
Okay.
But I think it's not about the disorder. It's about what you do. This man is rich as fuck. He has all the resources in the world to get his shit together and do this. And if I can do it myself,
money can get rid of like a bipolar disorder?
No, I think it can give you a lot of resources that a lot of lower income people cannot have.
But also, I also think on top of it is that I think a lot of Kim's problems have been in the past, and like, yeah, there are some, but it doesn't like level the same way that Kanye's still doing it to this day. He still like is pushing
like
I feel like a lot of other stuff.
No, I believe that. No, and I but you know what? It comes to a point.
Here's the thing though: is they're conflating two different things. What he's doing out in the public and what he's saying, doesn't take away or impact or mean that he's not being a good father. It's not like we've heard any stories of him being like a bad father, an abusive father, anything like that. So they're trying to justify him having to pay $200K for child support based off of stuff that he's doing out in the public, how he's sharing his opinion about stuff, whether you like it or you don't, or you completely disagree, you find it appalling, whatever. It doesn't matter, right? They're trying to conflate to say like what he's doing in his personal life and what he's saying is indicative of that it justifies that he should pay this child support, as some kind of, get back for Kim, which that's not how that works, right? Like him paying child support is predicated on him being a father, not what he's doing out in the public, perhaps.
Like, okay, so you see all these famous people committing suicide and stuff. That comes from mental health, and they have all the money in the world. They never seeked help. You would think they have all the friends in the world, right? So, I mean, clearly that doesn't bring you happiness and all the resources in the world. I don't think that provides that. But I think the greater issue is the fact that, is this mass amount of money worth this divorce? It's not about, I could cheat on my husband and he could pay me out after the divorce all he wants and all my friends would back me up. So, I mean, I guess like the issue of like why the relationship ended is not the principle. Mm-hmm. It's about the kids and what is needed for them to conquer and like, have a good living life. Yeah. And that's what this whole court system is supposed to provide. They have the money. Do I think that this girl needs that much more? No, I don't fucking think that. She's well-sufficient.
Child support.
Enough.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
child
and
support.
those children
it's not for
have
her, it's
so
for the kids.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
But what kid needs $200,000 a month. How many of them? There's three or four kids they got. Chat. How many kids they got? They got North. They got what? I don't even know all their names. 3, I think. There's 3 of them. I think there's 3 of them. 3 kids do not need $200K a month. That's what really they should be talking about, which is, isn't there, like, there should be caps to child support. 100%. That is ridiculous. This whole thing predicated on, like, you know, a certain percentage of the person's income. Well, if he's a high earner, like, the kid doesn't need that much goddamn money, man. And it gets to a point, there's 4 of them. It gets to a point where then it's just a fucking money grab. You know what I mean? It's completely a money grab. Child support is meant to be for the child, to support the child. And when a mother tries to then use it for their lifestyle, their living, to pay their bills and all that stuff, it's not the child. If you don't have children, you would still have to pay your internet. You would still have to pay your rent. You would still have to pay for food. Sure, you have to add food. So yeah, child support would cover food, schooling needs, activities, stuff like that. But like, bro, like there's women out there who use this shit to actually live their life off of, pay their bills, pay their rent, mortgage, or whatever. And that to me is where it's like, yo, this is crazy, bro, because it's meant for the child, not for the mother.
Yeah, no, you can't even spend it on yourself legally. You would be sued for that. You can't. This is not going into her pocket.
I hear you. I hear you. But like,
no one's checking. No one's doing that, bro. No one's doing that. You know what I mean?
His kids need $200,000.
10K is understandable, but that's still outrageous. Listen, I talked about it in one of my other videos a while ago on my other channel, the Mind of MoonDawg. Here's what I think. I think that there should be a hard cap for child support. There should be a hard cap. That number, okay, like based off of one kid, right? Based off of one kid, I think that number per month could look to be at around 2 to 3K. The reason I say that is because if you have a very young child, we all know daycare and all that is very expensive. You could pay upwards of like anywhere from like $1,000 to $1,500, depending on like how good that place is, right? So boom, that's like daycare. And then you got Pampers and formula and stuff like that. You know, so my idea is that it should be predicated on a couple of things. There should be a hard cap, and then they should look at the age phase of the child. So between birth and like 3 to 4, let's say 5, between birth and 5, that should be the bulk of when like a guy has to pay the most, because you got daycare, you've got Pampers, you've got formula, aftercare. Like there's a lot that goes into your child from the first 5 years. After 5, when they become more independent and they're potty trained, they're going to school now, like that number should be reflective of like what the average monthly cost for the child is going to be for school, maybe some after school activity, sport, you know, food, that, you know, stuff like that. Like it should be scaled, because as a child gets older, like those costs change dramatically. You know what I mean? Prorate based on age. Yeah, that's kind of like the idea I'm thinking about. It should be prorated based on age, and then there's a hard cap. So even if I make $5 million a year, I would only be hit at the highest amount, which could be like say 3K a month. After that, it's like the money it's not being used for the child. And you know what? I would even say then in that case that the mother would have to use a card provided by the state that has, so like in some states you don't even give money to the mother directly. You pay it to the state, and then the mother has access to that account to pull the money. I think it would be fair to have a system where it's all done through an intermediary through the state or something like that, where then all the money's there. The mother can't pull it out and put it into her personal account. She has a card, and she has to swipe that bitch for everything she needs, so that the father can see that everything is being used that is going for the child. So if all of a sudden you see a Nordstrom charge, what the fuck is my 6-month-old need at Nordstrom's? You know what I'm saying? I think that would be fair. I think that'd be fair.
They have that in a different wallet, in a different saving account, in a different. I don't give a shit. They have it. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not
trying to take away from them.
If someone's going through a public mental health crisis, I don't know if taking and they've just lost all their money. I mean, does that seem fair to take hundreds of thousands of dollars away from them every month? Their child will survive and be well supported on less than that. So I think why we're bringing it up here is it's just an interesting gender thing, because traditionally in American courts, women get almost always, except in extremely rare circumstances, women always get the majority of
the custody,
child support pay, custody, and in this case, the custody things, it makes sense. If you're going through, one of the parents has mental health problems, that makes sense. But it almost seems like it's a $200,000 though. I don't know if that's fair, especially for someone who's going through healing.
In this circumstance, I feel like
he's not healing though.
Make
he's
sense
not.
for
he's taking no steps to do that. I don't care if
well,
you can
it'll
have
certainly
a very
be harder
severe,
now.
I don't think he really gives a shit. I don't think he's really focused on his kids at all. I don't even know
he's
why we're having this conversation
villain.
about two famous people. Who gives a shit? I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm getting passionate. I honestly have nothing to add. I just don't really think this topic is very relevant or something that needs to be talked about for an hour.
I genuinely don't see either the $200,000 either going to be in Kanye's pocket or it's going to be in Kim's pocket. Either way, the kid's going to get it.
Yeah.
I don't really okay, Kim has it, okay, but it's also Kanye's fault for losing all that money. But at the same time, Kanye wasn't upset about it. He literally posted a video how he was like, I'm happy nobody's hurt because that's actually what I wanted to happen. So
yeah.
What did I miss?
Remy said nanny security, private schools. Yeah, when you're at that level, but the thing about it, Rem, is yeah, it's a fair point. They are going to have higher expenses if they're going to private school. They probably do have some level of security, so that is fair. But again, that's certainly not $200K. I'd be interested to see what that expense is for, someone like Kanye and Kim for their children and all that stuff. Yeah, that's funny, Sand.
A lot. Topic.
They
didn't like that topic.
What did you say? Did you upset them?
I didn't necessarily upset them. I guess the question upset them.
I think that was a kind of whack question. I don't even know why they kind of brought that one up. It seemed like they kind of hit or miss. Let's see if there's one more in here we can find that seems interesting. Otherwise I'm gonna jump to another video I found. Men and women can't be friends. I've said this before. Yeezys ain't cheap, my guy. I mean, they ain't doing much of them now. All right, let's see here. We can watch through. I'm gonna see let's see what this one says about men.
Can men and women actually be just friends?
Oh my god.
Let's start with you.
Okay. Well, I feel like women can be friends with guys, but guys can't be friends with with girls. Because I feel like guys tend to put themselves around girls they already find attractive. So there's already some sexual intention behind that. And I feel like girls tend to become friends with guys who want to get with them, but they don't want to get with. Yeah, I feel like that's so
because they like the attention. Guys be hawking around waiting for their shot, and they're willing to hang out with shorty, maybe do boyfriend like things. What I mean by that is no, let's go out, I'll take care of dinner, don't trip. I'll join you for a movie as a friend. And you know what I'm saying, shorty gets to get that boyfriend experience, although there's no pressure on her to do anything. So it makes sense why they hang around and they keep them around. And sadly, I hate to tell guys, man, why would you play yourselves like that? You know what I mean? Some guys are really committed to the long play and will wait it out and just to get an opportunity to smash it. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I don't know about this one. I'm friends with like 5 girls that I don't really find attractive. They are just cool and don't like me like that. Maybe you're the one they like, John, and you're just oblivious to it. Maybe it's the other way around. She's one of those rare ones that need to be protected. She hit it on the head though. That's true. Like I give it to her. You know what I'm saying?
So common, like, because when I was friends with people in high school who were guys, like, they all obviously wanted to sleep with me, and they would make it really obvious, but I wouldn't want to get with them. So that's my opinion on that.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to say because originally I would probably say no, they can't be friends. I think most cases, like, you always develop feelings, whether it's one-sided or not. However, like, I do have one guy friend, and we've always remained friends for the longest time. There's never been like any tendencies, and he just recently got engaged, and we're still friends. And I'm cool with his fiance, and all of that's great. But like, I think that's just like a rare instance. But I feel like most cases it never works out that way.
Yeah. I have many male friends. I have no intention of having sex with them, and they don't want to me. So. Yeah. I mean, it's not like, it's quite a middle school question you had there.
Ad hominem, but okay.
Yeah. I don't think if you are into someone that you're friends with, then you're not friends with them. So that's a whole other situation. If you're friends with someone, then you're friends with them. If you're into them and attracted to them, that's not a friendship. That's a crush, and they're friends with you.
Yeah.
So that's a completely different category.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say that, but the thing is that a lot of, and I sort of agree with her on this, in that women, I suppose, could be friends with men. And this isn't everyone, right? But I think a lot of the times when you have male-female platonic relationships, you often find that the guy secretly wants to get with the girl. I'm sure you guys have maybe had instances where you've had male friends, and you might be friends with them, but you know, if given the opportunity, he would sleep with you.
Well, yeah, and then I wouldn't be friends with them. That's part of the point. If a man wants to sleep with me, I'm not going to be friends with them.
But they might not be upfront about it.
Oh, yeah. We always know.
Well,
we pretty much always know.
We always know.
Yeah.
Do we really act on it though, or do we like continue
let
to
it
slide?
Yeah.
And then he gains more feelings. I don't know. I've been in that situation too. Where like maybe I should have just like cut it earlier. I don't know.
That's how I feel right now, because like it's funny that you brought this up, because I used to have like a whole group of guy friends, and I generally, none of them wanted, like, I didn't want them, they didn't want me. Maybe like one, but I had already known that, and we had already like been through it. We knew that was that, and like whatever. But then the other day, like 2 weeks ago, I started talking to this guy again, and like we were friends, and he made it very, very known that like I'm not like trying to sleep with you or get with you or any type of way. And I was like, okay, yeah, cool, like me either, you know. But then like he started to give those hints that like, oh,
Red
but
flag.
I know that you're so I know you have such nice facial features. And I'm like, why is that the way you're gonna tell me I'm pretty? Like, you're gonna say I have nice facial features? And then like,
someone complimented my eyebrows. He was like, your eyebrows, they're so nice. I was like, yeah, I know, I do them myself.
And like, yeah, because then you go on to the topic about like, you know, but do I let it slide? And like, I have been letting it slide this past couple of days. And like, literally last night, I think he invited me over, and he was like, honestly, like, I'm going through shit, like, I just want someone to like talk to. And I was like, you know what, yeah, like, I also do need someone to talk to. But then he turned it into like, I want someone to cuddle with. And I'm like, not answering your text message
Call
anymore.
your mom.
Like, call your mom.
T-Dog, what do you think?
I heard a quote one time that I do think is true. It was something like, your guy best friend or the girl best friend for guys is just like the stand-in until you get a boyfriend.
Yeah.
And
I remember I said earlier, they want the benefits of him, that the male energy, masculinity around, you know, that whole thing, without having to do anything for it. So you know what I'm saying? Like, basically you're giving them what they want. If you're in this situation, guys, if you're a guy in this situation, you're giving them everything that they want. You're getting nothing out of that, bro. You're just hoping that one day she's either intoxicated or just going through some shit and just gives you pity sex, and you finally get some. But like what they just said right here, they all agreed. Yeah, we just, they like you because you're around, you're giving them attention. You might take them out, you might treat them to some free shit, just to be a good friend. Yeah, I mean that's why guys play themselves in the situation.
I kind of think, I don't know, I feel like that kind of happened to me like at one point. It might not be like as like, it might even not even be intentional. Yeah. But just having having friends of the opposite sex, I gotta be honest, I feel like it fills in that like validation, attention gap that is a win-win for both people. But I do think there's always like inherent sexual attraction there, and that's part of what is a friend. It's someone you enjoy being around. So honestly, maybe you enjoy getting that like validation and attention from someone from the opposite sex.
I feel like it just also depends on your personality, because like me, when I get with someone, I cut off anyone that I have feelings for in like a sexual sort of way, because like I don't even want to give myself the chance to like fuck mess up. So
I got a question. I know there's some women watching right now, obviously. Like, how many of you have male friends, and why even have a male friend? You know what I mean? Like I'm curious as to what do you gain out of a guy friend versus just having your girlfriends? You know what I'm saying? Your female friends and stuff like that. Like, is it? I mean, be honest. Is it for the fact that you kind of benefit from the attention, or they do things for you? You know what I mean? It could be stuff like, oh, your carbon monoxide detector. When you hear the beep in the house, he comes over to change it for you, right? Something that you don't have to do, or repair something in your crib. It could be for stuff like that. Like you're getting some kind of benefit out of it. But I have male friends that I've known since middle school, my homies till the end. My male friends are like brothers, provide male perspective. Okay. And like y'all are for sure, like for sure, like if you give them a chance, they would smash or not. Like be a buck. Yeah, mow the grass, exactly. He was like, "Oh, David, I just got my nails done. I can't push the lawnmower. Can you come over and do my lawn?" "Oh, I'll be right over there." Dumbass. What a dummy. No smashing. I'm not saying that you did. I'm just saying, if they were given the chance, do you think any one of them would smash?
I think it just depends how you are as a person, like who you choose to surround yourself with, because you don't always have to surround yourself with people that like you're gonna find sexually attractive. If you just have a good time, you can just be friends.
Also with that like personality thing, it does depend on your personality. When I go to a guy, they'll know if I like them. And they'll know if I'm like, you're my fucking boy. Like it's not
How would
hard.
they know?
What?
How would they know? What would you do?
It's
for
just
them
how
to
you
know?
come off. If a guy comes to you and he's like, hey, do you want a drink? And then there's like, hey, can I get... It's subtle. I mean, like,
it's subtle,
I have
and
a
they
brain,
know.
so, and they do too. If I come to him like, yo, what's up?
Exactly.
Let's go fucking toss around the like pigskin. I don't know. Like, that's very different than like, you want to come over later?
Do you toss the pigskin?
Yeah, regularly.
Okay.
It's funny though. I feel like most girls actually talk more like a man when they're trying to establish that friendship zone. They're like, hey, bro. It's like, I would bro.
Yeah. When they hit you with the bro, hey guys, when they hit you with the bro, just fucking move on, bro. They are out the gate. At least give them that. At least you can appreciate that they're giving you that right out the gate. That they're trying to friend zone you, bro. If you know what I mean, it's one of the worst things a woman can say out of her mouth to you. Oh, good looking, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Oh, fuck. God damn it. There goes that. Immediately block. You can't find my stream on YouTube. Just search djmoondawglive, Live. It's actually, if you look right below the video, you see it right there, YouTube, djmoondawglive. It's right there, Isaac. Dude, I would never do anything like that. We go over to bars, and they usually just feel safer being with a dude, but I treat them like humans rather than, girl, the fucker. Yo, but like, here's the situation, John. If Shorty gets pushed around by a guy, are you stepping in? Are you about to defend her honor as a friend and not her man? Oh shit! Hey, listen, I'm just putting a scenario out there. I'm just curious to how you would react. You know what I mean? you gonna take a punch to the face? Do that for all my friends? All right, fair enough. Hey, listen, I'm just asking a question. All right, what else we got? Anything? Let's see else. What else we got over here? What other ratchet shit been going on the internet? Shoot, would you, Moon, defend her honor? For like, well, no, because I'm not in that situation. I'm not gonna have a female friend, like you know. How do I say this? My interpretation of a friend is someone, right, that I am very close to, that I'm very open with, that I, you know, just have a strong bond with. And I just haven't been in a situation ever. Now see, I'm friendly, right? And I think that's different. It's being friendly is different from being a friend. Like my friends, if they're my friend, like they know a lot. They know the juice. They know, you know, a lot of the stuff, right? But I can be very friendly, you know what I'm saying, to a woman. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that either, though. You know what I mean? So I would never, I say that to say that I wouldn't be in that situation though. Because I'm not going out to do something with a woman that I'm not interested in, and certainly not going out and doing something with a woman that I know isn't interested. I'm wasting my fucking time. Does that make sense? Well, I don't have a sister. I'm the only child. So I don't have that issue either. Just depends on the situation. Okay. Moon runs. Hey, what you mean? all the security knows you in your town. You used to sell that white. Jesus Christ, John over here slanging that. Don't be slinging that white in chat, bro. Chill out. Nah, hit it with that later, bro. Like a sister brother vibe. Wait, what do you mean? See, I can't relate to that. I don't have a sister, so I can't reconcile that brother sister shit in my head. I just can't. My thing is like, I could be friendly. I could 100% be friendly with a woman, right? And have a certain level of interaction with them, right? But I'm not like opening up. I'm not sharing all these deep, dark, you know what I mean? Like I'm not doing all that. And I'm not going to invest my time into something that like, generally speaking, like we like different things, men and women, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Like the things that I like, not a lot of women are interested and give a fuck about. So how, you know what I mean? Like how are we going to hang out and be friends when we don't even have a lot of the same interests? You know what I mean? I just don't think it's good. And then listen, and then add into the fact is, let's say I had a bunch of female friends, like friends. Then I meet an actual woman that I want to fuck with and like be with, right? That's gonna be real weird for her. She's like, oh, you got all these friends, bitches around. You know what I mean? That's another aspect of it. Like you have too many like friends of the opposite gender and you meet someone, it's not gonna sit right with them. Like, let's be real. I'm sure most of y'all watching right now, if there was someone that you're really into and you found out they had a lot of friends of the opposite gender, and they keep saying, oh, I was just hanging out with my friend John, and you know, oh no, and then later we're gonna go over, we're gonna have the after party at Tom's house, and what the fuck? You're gonna be out till like 4 a.m. at Tom's house? Like, you know what I'm saying? It could be problematic. I think it's just better to have nothing like that, so you have a clean slate. So you won't stick up for her as a friend? Some dude steps to her violently, you just walk away. Wait, what do you mean, Rican? What happened to equality? Nah. What happened to equality? Nah. No, listen. If obviously, like, if I'm in a situation where a guy just goes off the cuff and starts attacking a woman, I'm gonna step in, right? Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna just let something like that happen. That's not right. Right? But my point is that if I was a friend with a woman and we go out, now I'm obligated to protect her. You know what I mean? And you're not even my woman. But if you get in some shit, remember, I told y'all, being in the club all my years DJing, 90% of the fights that break out in clubs start with women first. Women predicate the fights first. They get in catty fights with other bitches, and then their boyfriends get dragged into it, or you know what I'm saying? It's a situation where chick's out, another guy approaches her, gets a little handsy with her, and then she runs back to her male friend, and then he got to go out and fucking protect her and shit. And I've seen too many fights. It always start with women drunk in the club. Like, I wouldn't want to put myself in a situation. It's all catching strays here. Boy, quit playing with me. Later, bro. Catch you later, dog. Hit her just like that. That's fucking funny. React to something. Yeah, we just finished doing. I'm gonna pull something else up in a second. Welcome, by the way. You know what we haven't seen? Is there any new? Let's take a look here. Okay, no. We haven't seen a good body cam video in a minute. Let me see if we can find something interesting here. Give me a second. Oh, we got a video. Oh, yeah, I wanted to watch this one.
Just because you're...
I think this is going to be interesting. Cops versus criminals. We're going to watch this in a second here. Just lit one off in the air. Party over. Nice and peaceful. Nah, chill, bro. We're trying to shoot up the club, bro. Looper in the building. There she is. What's up, man? From experience, I'm just honest and most people are cool with it. Plus interactions. Got you. They ain't really been in, I ain't really seen anything that looks interesting. Maybe tomorrow I'll pull one up. I think maybe tomorrow we'll do some body cam shit. It's been like a week or so. Hey, honestly, my favorite channel is the one that's based in Illinois. They haven't uploaded anything new. I wonder if the normal police took them out. Yeah, I don't know if they took them out or not. They haven't put anything else up there. What's up, Luke? Hopefully doing good. All right, y'all. Oh shit, I was recording the whole time. All right, y'all, let's take a look at this video. What's this? I can act like I can actually talk. It's been a while since I used my voice here. First day talking, clearly. All right, y'all, let's take a look at this. Are all cops bastards? Police versus criminals, middle ground. I like this series from Jubilee because they get to talk through stuff, and I'm sure this is gonna get heated. I'm almost kind of hoping it does, but let's find out.
You're a cop. Why should you have the right to tote a gun around just because you have a badge?
And you're saying we shouldn't be armed?
You shouldn't have guns at all.
Okay, next time there's an active shooter going into a university, then we're just gonna let him shoot all the students.
You know what? I can't do this. This episode, my wife.
Oh, yo, old boy wanted to walk off before he beats the shit out of somebody up there, it looks like. Cops versus ex-convicts. This is gonna get spicy. I just know it, bro.
step forward if you agree with the prompt. Cops should not carry guns.
Cops should not carry guns? I don't think that, yeah, I don't see that. I don't think that's reasonable.
There's so many countries in this world that do not have this level of violence within its law enforcement department or any other department. Guns themselves are not the issue. It's the finger behind the gun, because you don't know the mentality, the mind, you know,
the temperament,
the heart of the person, and things trigger people and they snap. And no one exempt. Police officers are human beings too. They can snap.
If you took guns away from the uniform, I guarantee you, like, half of them would not be there working.
No,
you know?
it's the power.
If you had to struggle to submit a perpetrator and to, like, actually do work, police work, like, it's not just about reaching for your gun 99% of the time. So it's like,
actually, he's actually pretty accurate here. The problem here is what guns allow officers to do is to get away with not being in shape and not learning how to do arm bars, takedown techniques, and any kind of hand-to-hand training to disarm and subdue someone. And as a result, you get cops that are fat, out of shape, don't know how to do anything, so they run to the gun immediately. When if they had the tools, if they were in shape, if they knew what they were doing, they wouldn't have to run to the gun first. They can use the force continuum to take the next step up without jumping from the bottom to immediately drawing their gun out.
if the gun wasn't part of the uniform, a lot of them wouldn't take that enabling role that they want to take as officers, you know?
Right in front of my building, I was harmed by an older man. When I got away, I went to the police. The detective took me to the hospital. Everything checked me out. You know what the police officer did with having a gun and everything else? Pulled me over, saying he was taking me back home, pulled me over on a dark side of a street and raped me. Because of the uniform, the badge, and the gun that made me freeze. But you, as a police officer, saying that you were here to protect and to serve, you allowed your power, your uniform, you got everything else to make you think that that was okay. And this happens a lot. It happens a lot.
They want to abuse other people. They want to, you know, tyrants over other people, so they choose jobs like that. Like, what if you want to help other people, why can't you go be a humanitarian? There's oceans to clean up. Instead, like, everybody just wants to be out here taking rights away from others and abusing people and getting guns. And the moment you start copying an attitude, literally click. Let's go.
But you know, I don't want to do that to them as they do it to us.
Can the disagreeer step forward?
This is gonna get hot right out the gate, bro.
Someone else has a gun, you gotta defend yourself too, you know, just the way you use it. I'm not saying that you should use guns, but I mean, if you have a gun, then you have to use it, of course, but not use it just for traffic stops or people with mental illnesses, stuff like that. That's out. If they have a knife or a stick or, you know, or a fork, like that doesn't justify anybody getting shot.
So you're for having armed police officers?
Yeah, if someone else has a gun, if someone else.
I believe that y'all should be armed because I believe in the Constitution. I don't believe in the policing that the police force has done throughout many communities I've been in.
Hold on, why all the cops wearing blue? Oh, you know, I was like, oh, this is Crip cops or something? They all blue though. But it kind of makes sense in a way, right? The boys in blue. For a minute there, it threw me off. Like, they gangbanging ass cops or what?
But I do believe in rights versus laws, and I do believe that there are dangerous scenes that you go to where it is required to use them. So I have to agree that part of your, like he said, his tool belt needs to include a pistol.
Okay, good, because I was about to challenge you both and say, okay, so you mean to tell me that what happened at Michigan State University with an active shooter killing 5 students, or Ubaldi, where they went into an elementary school and killed children?
The Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook, what happened over 10 years ago. You're sitting there telling us that we shouldn't be carrying firearms?
Yeah, you shouldn't. Like, if you guys are just traffic cops and stuff like that, you guys shouldn't. No, if you guys are like a SWAT team.
Yeah, you're not answering my question.
Like I said, I'm just going based on what you said. You called me a predator. I'm like, Never done that in my life, right? I've been in situations where I've been shot at. I had 2 members of my department die in the last 2 months. I've been in situations where I've needed my firearm. I've needed every tool in my belt in my career. If you would go out and then see half of the stuff I see, you may change your perception about what you see. It's dangerous.
So you can't call for backup?
What does me calling for backup have to do with
So
using
if you work county, okay, say in my area.
Which I'm a county cop.
Right, and in my area, I mean, you have miles and miles of nothing around you. Your closest partner is maybe if you're lucky, 20 minutes away. Okay. In the meantime, I've got somebody that has me at gunpoint, and if I don't have a gun on my hip, I'm dead. I am a dead man walking because I have nothing that can go up against another gun.
But how do you think felons feel?
There's tasers, pepper balls.
Societal issues are not on the police. Like, I'm not stripping you of your rights, right? That is not. You can vote. I don't give a shit. You can vote. You can carry a gun. You can do all that. That is not my job in life. My job is you've been accused of a crime. I got to take you to jail because this, and that, and the third. I'm done.
You're saying that we should have pepper spray, tasers to Michigan State University or Uvalde? Is that what you're saying? So you're telling me that if I'm a cop, I have no gun?
But
right?
also, this,
well,
he said to the community, like maybe
no, that's not what he said. The prompt is, should cops be unarmed? Hold on a second. You just got done watching probably the most tragic incidents probably historically. Uvalde, may I add. That's kids, for crying out loud. And what you're sitting here saying is that we shouldn't be unarmed. What does it do? Would you like me to do if someone has an AK-47 killing kids? That's my question to you.
We actually have our own rights.
Yo, he's being a baldy, but that we already know that was such a bad situation. Those pussy ass cops didn't go in there, so that added to the tragedy and all that. So, and you know what? This other argument, he's trying to drop the nuclear bomb on this, which is mass shootings. It doesn't mean that you can't have a gun. It could be that it is, like, say, in the trunk of your vehicle, and when you get those big extreme calls and you go in to pull it out for those occasions. Many cops have that in their cruisers already. They have, like, the shotgun in the back, or they have to go into the trunk, pull out some other weaponry and stuff like that. So it's a little bit muddy. He's trying to muddy it up a little bit, I think.
You know, that we actually have our own rights to carry and defend ourselves in certain situations like that.
You know, with all due respect, that's not the question I'm asking.
If you want to use your body,
I'm asking you if you were I'll ask in a different way. If you're a police officer and you have no firearms, you got your pepper spray, you have your taser, you have your baton, and you are responding to Uvalde.
First of all, look at the intensity in Charlie's face, bro. Charlie already looks like he wants to rush Marlon. Marlon already looks like he's going to be running his whole mouth this entire whole panel, and it's going to piss somebody off. I can already see where this is going to go bad. This is already, the tension is already, I feel the tension myself. I really do. I'm already feeling it.
Elementary school where there's an active shooter with an AK-47. What are you going to do?
I would say that I would call for backup to the proper authorities that would be entitled to have those weapons that are not in the general community.
I get what he's saying.
No, but what entitled to have weapons? Who? What agency?
So like the UK.
and above,
yeah, what he's saying. It's like United Kingdom. How United Kingdom, their special force in their police department have weapons, but they're regular cops.
So why should you just why should you have the ability to just tote around a gun? That's my question to you.
What's that?
My question to you is, just because you're a cop, why should you have the right to tote a gun around just because you have a badge?
No. That's not what the prompt is. The prompt is cops being unarmed, cops being all of us.
But you use your body, and your body, they took like over an hour to respond when they were there. So you had the guns and you still didn't.
What I'm saying is that he's saying cops. Cops is a very, when you say cops to me, you're talking everybody. Every single cop, okay? And you're saying we shouldn't be unarmed. Okay.
You shouldn't have guns at all.
Okay, so you know what? Next time there's a big active shooter going into a university, then I guess we're just gonna let him shoot all the students.
So I have a question for you.
Marlon's gonna trigger me. Already. Hey, look, Marlon's gonna trigger me. God damn it, God, Jesus.
So, all those countries that don't have their police officers carrying guns.
Not many, just so you know.
Oh, I know very well. That's the work that I do.
Okay.
So, and even been there to see that. But what I'm saying is that, have you ever thought about how those countries respond to those situations? And can we do the same?
We absolutely could not do the same because we have criminals here, and I'm not speaking of y'all, but there are people here that still carry regardless of it, if it's against the law. If you were to take guns away from illegals, criminals, people that are not from here, I would 100% agree that officers don't need guns and that we could go.
Because I think the mass shooters are not the ones, the immigrants, and the taking it all away.
No, and that's what I'm just giving examples.
Yeah, but
I'm just giving examples.
This is gonna get muddy.
So the mass shooters,
this is getting muddy already, man. Already.
It's a Second Amendment issue.
A constitutional right to bear arms, right, allows everybody in this country to bear arms. Well, not everybody, not everybody. Let me be specific. If you're a law-abiding citizen to carry guns, the amount of guns that we have in America, doesn't it outweigh the people that we have? Hey, these countries, they don't have a Second Amendment. They don't have a constitutional right to bear arms. So it's a lot easier to say, you know what? Y'all can't bear arms, so y'all can't bear arms. In this country, we can. So I'm just being, like I said, everything is anecdotal. I've been in situations where I needed my gun, and you were absolutely right. Would I do the job without one? Hell no, because I've been in situations where I needed one, and you know what? I had it. It's equal force. I'm being shot at, I'm about to shoot back. Not just, hey, I have a gun on my hip, I'm just about to, you know what, guns. That's not how I do my job.
And the thing that popped right from that prompt is just active shooter. That's.
And it's not even, it's not even active shooter. It's just being shot at by itself.
I haven't done the research, or I don't know if there's any empirical data to know exactly in other countries how they respond to someone who has an AK-47 that goes into a building and starts killing people, and yet we're a police force that doesn't have any firearms. I don't know. I would have to do the research.
They do have special units where they're just not out in the street where you see them all the time, 24/7. But you said something, and I want to bring that up. Hold on one sec. You said something. You said that the people with the guns are oftentimes criminals or, you know, people like that. And I want to say that those mass shootings that happen in our country are from people that pass a whole tons of background checks and are law-abiding. To your point, and
this is where his argument. He's trying to throw the this is what's so it's two different worlds, right? When we talk about everyday street crime, gangs, shooting, stuff like that, that's where it kind of plays into like criminals and people that shouldn't have guns, that are not allowed to have guns, right? Then this guy keeps jumping out right out the gate. He's already talking about mass shootings, which I don't know the statistics here, but someone in chat, please look it up and let me know what percentage of these mass shootings make up the total amount of violent crimes, like total amount of shootings. Because while they are complete tragedies in the grand scope of all shootings, I think it's probably a very small percentage. It's just that when it happens here, it's all over social media, and it seems like it's like always happening. But I think we have to look at it in context of all crime, right? Like what percentage of these mass shootings play in all shooting kind of crimes. Someone let me know if you find that info and it's legit info. But she's making a great counterpoint, which is, listen, we're talking about two different things here. If we are going to talk about mass shootings, all these people, vast majority of all these people that have done the mass shootings have been primarily white and have all passed all the legal requirements to obtain and have a weapon, and then they just flip and go do something illegal.
All these things, and all of a sudden, and that was my point earlier about when people snap or whatever might happen, and we have to be clear in identifying that, because we get late.
They said Marlon seems like he has control issues, typical cop attitude. He is giving like the typical cop attitude where it's, you know, everything's the extreme and to justify the ends justify the means type of thing.
Like, we're the ones doing all these mass shootings, all these things, these horrible, egregious things, and 96% of the time, it is not a person that was formerly incarcerated.
And to your point, we get
so
labeled.
Let's be clear on that point.
Right, and then we get labeled as killers.
Right.
I think I've heard agents of racial genocide is what we've been labeled before. You know, and all this, and again, my point was just, I'm talking about one specific type of, you know, incident where
But we have to
I
pay
think
attention
everybody
to
would
that,
agree.
though.
I think everybody would agree.
We all
Like to
have
have
to
a
pay
firearm.
attention to that, though, and be clear and be very honest with that, and identify it, and not try to like, oh, well, it sounds good, and let's get some news on this, and let's just like label them and put everything on them, because that's how we feel, because that is actually what's happening. And then when we know the truth and the facts, and it comes out, it's like that person was never been incarcerated, never had a record, never anything, and do the worst harm to our society, our communities, because believe it or not, the vast majority of us on this side of the fence want safety just as much as you do.
That was a pretty good take, man. She was pretty accurate about it. I'm glad she came up at the end to clarify that that, you know, to differentiate this thing between regular, what we can say is regular crime, right? For lack of a better word, normal crime, versus these instances of mass shootings, which they're outliers when you look at like the entire spectrum of, like, from a macro view, top down view of shooting, violent crime, stuff like that. So I'm glad it was pointed out, because Marlon here already being annoying. We see it's only going to get worse, I'm sure, as we continue this. He's already coming out the gate going to use this, and he's probably going to keep on going back to mass shootings to justify his position on a lot of these things. That's kind of like my guess with all of this. What do you guys think so far? Are you guys following? We tracking? Y'all, your videos be hilarious. I appreciate that piece. Yeah, new reel went up, so hopefully you guys check it out. Shay, what up, baby? All right, let's see what we got here.
Or not, the vast majority of us on this side of the fence want safety just as much as you do.
Hey, good humans. Zach here, checking in to ask if you're doing your best to protect yourself from online crime. Anyone can find anything on the internet, including your full legal name,
Out of proportion.
Now, let's get back to the video.
All right, next prompt. What we got?
Police violence is blown out of proportion.
Oh, okay. I didn't expect him
It
to.
really depends on where you're at, whether it's city, town. I think it really depends on the department, because you have a lot of departments that you see a lot of that stuff, but then you have like the smaller departments that you don't see none of that. And you have community policing. You know, we go out and we do activities with the kids. We do activities with families. Yes, we still do our job. We still pull people over, but we're not, I guess, what you would call harassing people in some of the ways that the big cities do.
But I mean, you technically are, though. Like, I mean, justifying your bad behavior and your violence for you guys doing community work, it just doesn't go hand in hand, you know?
I understand people's sentiment where one incident where it looks extremely bad is wrong, and then it casts an entire umbrella over the entire profession. I may have a different perspective or different perception of what you're looking at than you do because I'm in this profession, but the way that I guess that we look at things now in the media, it's blown completely out of proportion.
So when we see the videos of a police officer handling a child, and that cop has become violent towards a child.
And I agree, but my thing is, has it been blown out of proportion? I see that one incident.
We see it a lot.
You do see it a lot, but you have to also take in consideration that
What?
there's over 1,800 agencies in the entire United States. So if you look at the big grand scheme of things as it relates to all these agencies, and you do see violence, you do see where it's scrutinized, where it's brutal, but if you take the numbers, it's very, very minimal.
If you look but the same argument can be said when we flip it and talk about like mass shootings, right? Like the percent, like again, if you look at all shooting crimes in the U.S. and you look at mass shootings, you know, it's going to be a small percentage of it that makes up, you know, that it makes up. So this is how people can use these numbers and percentages and statistics to flip shit around. It's convenient for him to say like, yeah, but yeah, it happens, but it's so small. When you look at all the agencies across all of the U.S. cities and counties and all that stuff, yeah, it's small. But then he turns around and everything's like, oh, mass shootings. Like, bro, it like, it's annoying. So annoying.
All the public contacts with all agencies nationwide compared to these bad incidents or the perception of bad incidents. It's a very micro compared to the macro of how many public contacts all the agencies have with the public.
Those are the ones that you do see. I mean,
and
before
it was brought up earlier about the media blowing it up, and we agree to that.
There was, Rodney King, there was Emmett Till, there was all these
and
people,
and honestly, there's bad officers. And good officers will be the first ones to tell you there are bad officers. There's bad in every workforce that you're in. Everything. If it's bad, it's bad. If it's wrong, it's wrong. We are the first ones to kind of, hey, that's too far.
To do what? I don't think I've ever seen a good officer out the shitty officers. I think what she's saying is we'll be the first to be like, yeah, I'm not gonna go on patrol with that guy because they're bad. I'm just gonna be quiet and go on a different shift. Like, that doesn't fucking help the issue. Like they're not whistleblowing on each other. That's the point, right? That's the whole idea of the blue. What do they call it? The blue. What was it? Chat, help me out here. What's the term they use that they keep they're so silent to protect their own? The blue badge or whatever the fuck it's called. You know what I'm saying? So her saying this, they're not coming out and outing their fellow officers. I don't think we've ever seen a case of a whistleblower officer coming out to out the shitty officers. Where? When? I actually remember one case in Chicago years ago where a Chicago police officer did come out and out officers and she ended up suing because when she came out to report them, they ended up firing her. So it went to litigation, then it exposed it all when it went to court, and then they got fired or something happened. But I swear to God, I've never seen anything else happen. You know what I mean? Never. We've never seen cops whistleblowing. They just turn a blind eye. And again, what they do, oh yeah, Officer Johns is definitely a piece of shit. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm not going to report him or file an IA report. I'm just going to not go on shift with them and take a different car. They just keep a distance from them. Yeah, that's not the answer.
And I used to work in internal affairs, and I personally arrested 2 prior police officers.
Only 2? I also worked in internal affairs, and I can tell you out of 30 plus of these tribunal hearings, a lot have been terminated. So there is some accountability. I think we're heading in the right direction, considering 20-something years ago, you did something bad and, it got swept. Now, social media obviously has magnified it by hundreds and hundreds, which is good.
Well, what social media has done is just allowed everyone to see what's happening in the moment, right? Before, we got it weeks later, months later, years later, so no one knew what was going on. But now we have the ability to film it in the moment and say, hey, look at this, and this is what's being captured. And violence that's perpetrated against people who, whether they're doing something wrong or not, is so, it's to the point where it's not even harmful anymore. It's tragic. Why? Because we're all human beings. And there's a culture of violence that perpetuates within the department itself. And I've had good cops reach out to me and said, they're not listening. And if they know I'm saying anything, I'm gone or I'm going to be hurt.
Police violence is completely blown out of proportion, in a sense that it's completely biased. Why isn't nonviolence or me saving someone's life not blown out of proportion?
Can the disagree step forward?
Because it's your job?
I don't believe it's...
That's like, oh my God. Marlon, oh God. What police department does he work for? That's like me when I served in the military, going out to serve and then expecting awards and accolades. And that's like me coming back and be like, I expect you guys to call me a hero. Why? Because I did my job. Yeah, I expect, call me hero. Guys, I'm a hero. Call me a hero. His argument right there was to say that. Like, how come we're not recognized for doing all the things that we do? Because it's just your job, right? It's a reality of it. Sometimes it's a thankless thing, right? Maybe you get recognized, maybe you don't. That's pretty stupid. When I was in the military, in combat and all that stuff, I did what I had to do, what I was supposed to do, and didn't think nothing of it. all the accolades and the stuff that came afterwards was like, okay, but I never thought anything of it. It's just, I was just doing what I was trained to do. You know what I mean? So what is Marlon talking about? Jesus Christ, he's gonna stress me out.
Blown out of proportion because I believe it's just barely getting the exposure that it needs.
It is what it is. That's what it is. Each time I've encountered the cops, it's just been like the most negative experience of my life. Like, I'm addicted to the news. And every time I turn on the news, it's another cop killing. Like you said, maybe they don't report what's good out there, but they do report the bad. And I watch it every day of my life. Like, I see how the cops treat people.
If I may ask you, if you did see the good, would that give you a different perception about the police?
It's not that I don't see the good, it's that it just doesn't, I haven't seen it happen, I haven't experienced it, I haven't heard nobody in my community like have anything good.
So I've seen the good. When I was 16 years old, I'm in my 40s. I actually had a police officer who was my hero. Every contact since in multiple states, multiple divisions, has violated me, stolen from me, taken from me, and stripped me of every value I ever had. The way y'all talk to me, the approach, I'm so respectful. 18,000, that's what you said? Divisions?
No, 1,800.
1,800? How many prisons are there? And how many inmates? And then we're disarmed when we come home. We can't vote, so I can't compete with you on my laws. I can't carry a gun. I can't defend myself. I can't even carry a knife. The exposure is barely there. We need more exposure. I'm from the LA County area, from the islands of Hawaii originally. Every police in between them seas to the East Coast has always spoken with disrespect. They don't pull us over on a speeding ticket like, hi, how's your day? How you doing? Do you got any emergencies going on?
Yeah, they come with their guns.
When's the last time you was arrested?
Who, me?
No, I'm just saying that's the approach when you come to the car window, right, is on guard.
I don't talk like that. So I hear where you're coming from, but I don't talk like that. So some people do that. You talk for them, but you said us. You just pointed at us and said us.
The department. All departments.
I don't get defensive, bro. You know what she was talking about. Now he can be like, but that's not me. That's not what she's trying to say, bro. She's trying to say that there's just this normality that an officer comes out and just be coming out the gate disrespectful. Now, I've seen it plenty of times, especially coming out of the clubs, right? Club closes, right? DJing. I'm coming out. It's 3 a.m. Chicago. You come outside. The cops are out there, and you know, people linger around. Some of y'all been in the clubs. I don't know how many of y'all are virgins out here, but I'm sure most of y'all been out to the clubs, right? The club closes, everybody lingers out to the outside, and everybody's on the streets trying to shoot their last minute shots at shorties and lingering around, shooting it up, trying to figure out where the next spot, where the next move is. So everybody's just kind of lingering out in front of the club, right? And then usually cops have to come to tell everybody to disperse. Now, there have been instances where cops were cool about it. Hey, y'all, need everybody to please move, clear out the area. You know, we're now closed. Please, please go to your vehicles. All good. But there have been many, many times where I come out, right? Because I'm the DJ and the last one packing it up. Still people out there lingering. And I hear them, get the fuck home. Get off the streets. Let's go, motherfucker. Like, I'm like, yo, like, what? You know what I mean? In that point, I had to believe that they were purposely trying to get someone triggered to get some reaction out of them to get some action for the night. There must have been a slow Saturday night and they just wanted something to go down. And so what do? Let's go, motherfuckers. Get off the road. Hey, you hear me, you motherfucker? Like, I'm telling you, dead ass. I heard this shit. And I'm like, yo. You know what I mean? Like, it made my blood boil. And I know not talking to me, but like, that approach. That's the approach. You know what I mean? You come out the gate with that energy, bro, you won't catch the wrong person. And a lot of them want that. They want that heat. They want to get into some kind of tussle. You know what I mean? And they fuck around with the wrong one and they end up bodied.
I don't know which department they work for, but I work for a department, and I've never seen these people in my life. I've never seen you in my life. I've never encountered you in my life, but I wouldn't come at you like that.
So you don't cuss at people when you walk up to them?
Oh, absolutely. When I walk up to them, no. Now, if they're cussing at me, I might cuss back. Absolutely. I'm going to allow you to dictate how you're going to allow this interaction to go.
What if I speak to you with respect and you go back there and you pull my license and it says parole date 2036?
You're still going to get treated with respect.
Walk up to you?
I've never, not one time. So you guys are 4 out of hundreds I've
you
came
can
into
come do
contact
ride-alongs
and that's
with
fine.
me.
But what I'm saying is I'm coming to you, what are you on parole for? I'm on parole for this and that and the third.
Your computer doesn't tell you what, that's my response.
If
Your
you're an
computer
asshole,
doesn't tell you, you got to do your job.
Yeah, and the dynamics change because everybody's got body-worn video now. or dashboard video, and everything's recorded.
Yeah,
all
but
these
that's the reason
contacts.
you guys have them. That's exactly why you guys have body cams and dash cams.
For
Because even your own
transparency.
departments don't
It's
trust
for
you.
transparency. So if I do something, the public knows why I did something. That's what it's for. I grew up in the era of body cams, so I'm fine with it. I turn it on every single time. I've had people say, hey, this person is rude, this person this and that and the third, and they watch the body cam, did nothing that they said.
Bingo. And I'll
But
jump into that.
technology is policing you. So technology has little air. Human beings are policing us in the community of a community that you don't even know our values. You come from 30 miles away as a difference in the values. So I believe that it does need more exposure beyond the cameras that y'all
Well, I
have.
think if you're gonna say it needs more exposure, I think the good side also needs more exposure. I think policing in a whole needs more exposure.
I mean, I grew up with that in school, DARE programs and all these false hopes.
But that's not, the DARE
That's your
program has
exposure.
nothing to do with patrol and being out on the streets and working with people and families out on the streets. I see the good in policing, but I also see the bad in policing. So, like I said, if this one side needs more exposure, I think it all needs more exposure.
I grew up in the community. I'm not judging you, but yet you see me with a uniform, you automatically judge me. And I don't think that's fair.
Well, because that comes from her experience. That's what she's trying to say. It's like as soon as the uniform is put on, the badge, it's like, and for most, because I'm in that work, and I see it, and it's like the ego comes in, or that power. And as human beings, we must feel like we're in control. That's just, it just seems to be an innate thing within all of us. Oftentimes, people with titles and roles allow the titles and roles
Get to the head.
to justify what they do. The good is there. The good is there. There's 4 of you right here. You have some conscience. That's what I'm hearing.
Committing a crime is never.
Man, that was a crazy one right there, but it got a little bit messy towards the end, and it seems like the older lady right there kind of cleans it up to wrap it up nicely. But yeah, that was very interesting. All right, we got a new prompt. It says committing a crime is never justified.
Never justified.
Seems like a little setup. Yeah, that was a bad.
Does anybody agree with the prompt?
That's kind of a bad prompt.
Everything is a crime now.
Can the disagreeer step forward?
Yeah, I think that was a
prompt.
That was a bad prompt.
It's a very open-ended question. I shared a part of my story earlier about the person, the officer, who was there to protect, serve, and he committed a crime against me. Was he justified? Because he was a police officer, a detective. I forgave him. And so that's why I couldn't step forward, because I had to pause for a second. I have to take a neutral stance here, because that's not our reality.
I was 14 years old, and I was deciding to not go to school. And my stepdad came up and yanked a cover out from underneath me, and I hit the ground off of a bunk bed. And I got up cussing him, and he slapped me across my face, and I was the one that was taken to juvenile hall. But damn it, my crime was justified. You know, I think with anybody, with any crime that is committed, there's a reason, there's a background, there's a story.
There you go.
There's circumstances that you have to find out. And us as police officers, that's our job, you know, and we'll take it from there.
So none of you as officers stepped forward and felt like it was unjustifiable the minute that you put your badge on to commit a crime?
No.
Not one of you?
I feel like it's
She just asked
justified.
for an instant.
Right, I feel like some things are justified for basic survival.
I'm just curious,
You
if
deal
out
with,
of 4 of you didn't have that one concept and you took an oath to protect and serve my community, his community, your community, her community, and not one of you stepped forward, I was gonna step forward and challenge it. I hesitated and went back because I wanted to rethink it. Not one of you felt like when you put on that badge and that tool belt, that there was no justifiable reason to commit a crime because it'd be self-defense, right?
Some things are justified. I just said basic survival. I
Food,
deal with
yeah.
transients all the time, right? They go and steal something. My department requires me to do something when somebody steals something. Now,
I have a
do I
quick-
think it's right? No, but he's hungry. It's my job, so I have to do something or I'm gonna get fired. Can I pull out my card and pay
I've
for
done
it?
that.
No,
Yep. I've done that.
But I can't. My department doesn't allow me to do that, so I can't do that. I have to do something. If they say, hey, I want him to go to jail, he's going to jail based on what that person said. With your situation, if she would have took the knife to the officer, that's justified to me, right? In my eyes.
Yeah.
Now, do we being justified and dealing with the consequences are two different things?
I'm totally accountable. My years in prison made me 100% accountable for me in every action that I do and every thought that I make. So I've served federal and state prison. I have a parole until 2036 for narcotics. I've never hurt anybody. Nobody's ever overdosed from my drugs. I just got caught under the Reagan laws. I was raised in there. I've created my deepest friendships that I have in there. I've left women behind in there. The problem is that when I found myself in trouble since I've been home, the last number I would call is anything with a 11, 211, 411, or 911. My loss of faith and belief in the whole entire police community is gone. It ain't no 2% of you in my eyes. There ain't no 1%. Because you might be a hero one day, and then 16 years later, back against the corner, lose everything you stood for. And it happens, we're humans.
Just a prompt. Anything that you've done to get you where you were was never justified.
If you look at justifiable, no.
Probation of 2036 for drugs, nonviolent. Yo, was she pushing like weight? You know what I mean? Like drug offenders that are nonviolent, you know what I mean? Should they get a free pass? No. I think now with weed, but I think if you're caught with like pounds or kilos, then they're probably gonna pop you harder. But yo, that's crazy. She said she was not violent or no one was directly died from her drugs. You know what I mean? You can get popped if you give drugs to someone and they OD and they die. You know, you get hit for that.
I was greedy. I was taught to hustle.
But why did you start?
Because I was hungry.
You were justified, but you're still going to get arrested. That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't justify it. I'm accountable. See, there's a difference. You can't.
That's not what I'm saying. I understand where you come from, but I'm still going to arrest you. I'm still going to do my job.
Because this is a job.
Yeah, I'm still going to do it. So I understand your story. I hear you, but you're still going to jail. That's what I'm saying. Is it justified? I get it. You were hungry. You had to do what you had to do. You had to do what you had to do to survive. I get it. But you're still going to jail.
You're doing a job that the department told you to do.
Right.
You just said that, would you want it to come out your pocket to probably feed the person that was stealing something because they're hungry? Because in your humanity, you know what it's like to be hungry.
Agreed.
But in your job, you know that if you don't do what you're told, and the procedures and stuff, that you're going to get in trouble. You probably lose that job, and that's not something you want to do because you also have to feed your family and feed yourself, right?
Absolutely.
So I think we can all agree, some of you have good intentions and you go in with that. But it's a department that has a culture of violence. You can't help but to pick up some of those traits. Number one, because you want your job. Number one. So I served 27 years in prison, in a maximum security prison for women. I had a sentence of 25 to life for the crimes of kidnapping and murder. That's what I was convicted of. Did I do it? That's a different story. No person that represented a system helped me. Punishment has become the response to every damn thing in this country.
Because it's like we're out in the street living every day to survive. We're out in the street doing our own thing. When you guys as colleagues come after us, like at what point does it justify your colleagues to do all that stuff just because they have that badge? When y'all colleagues are shooting at us, how does that justify you guys' crimes? That's what I understood from her. I understood like when you guys are, totally that's what I got.
Yes, I was agreeing with what she's saying.
You're out in the streets and, you know, you guys come and do all this and that. Well, who's calling? Who's calling us to get to where you're at?
All right, let me give you a perfect example, right? Okay. Let's say I have a broken down car. You know, I have a broken down car and nobody called you. You just happen to see a broken down car. And I have my emergency lights on too, so I'm declaring that I'm having an emergency situation. You see me out and about, I'm on my phone, I'm in a safe area on this side, on the right side of my vehicle where I'm not in imminent danger. I'm following all my protocols. Let's say I even go as far as putting a road flare or a cone
got this mapped
from
out.
like a traffic kit.
You got it mapped out.
I cover all my T's and A's, you know? I'm literally trying to avoid you because I don't like you. So I'm doing everything I gotta do, but here you go. Woo, 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 woo. Hey, what's up? Do you need help? And I'm like, no, sir, I don't need any help. I've called AAA, they're on their way. I verbally communicated with you that I'm good. I'm in no imminent danger. I put my cones up. I'm waiting for AAA. I relayed to you, verbally communicated that I'm okay. I'm not bleeding. You're not seeing anything going on with me that would attract you to come after me. But here you are grabbing at your belt, pulling at your thing, just seeking for something to go after. Immediately seeking, like you're like a predator, bro. You're literally hawking eye into your target and you're like, I'm gonna get him. Boom, and then here you go. You been drinking today? I'm like, bro, I just told you I don't need your help. Like I'm sitting here waiting for my AAA to come with a flat tire because I got a wheel lock.
Yo, yeah, he's valid. Like this is a good scenario because like we've actually like seen this in some body cam footage. It's actually a good scenario. They are gonna be sus and be like, there's something going on here. Why is he off the road? Yo, this is a dead ass great example. Dead ass.
So, but have you been drinking today? Are you on probation or parole? Immediately it's like, dude, I'm in distress. Right. I've advised you I don't need your help.
Right.
Put up all my flares, crossed all my T's, dotted all my I's, but you continue to push the subject.
To put.
Have you ever go as far as like pulling your gun? Why are you getting hostile, sir?
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying.
Why are you getting hostile, sir? You good?
Yeah, so
I feel like you're getting hostile, sir. Put your hands where I can see them. Click.
Okay.
There we go.
So I'm going to tell you what I always just say in the streets when I work
mean,
patrol.
do we agree here?
This is what I was going to say. I'm going to tell you what I always say in patrol. You know, and this is what I said in my earlier comment where we get painted with this broad brush. First of all, I would have given you a ride. When you say you, I just want to make sure and be clear that me personally.
That's why I have AAA though. I don't need a ride.
Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. What I'm saying is that in my mind, you're speaking about me personally. I would have helped you no matter what.
But I don't need your help. I've advised you, verbally told you.
That's
when you were 10
and you
feet
know
away,
what?
and you kept coming towards me.
I would have took off
when
and
you
went
were
to
like
Starbucks and got a
15 feet
cup. I would have took off and went to Starbucks and got a cup. I understand that. But what I'm saying is that I'm going to tell you what I always used to say when I used to work in the streets. You know what? I can't speak and I can't feel what you feel.
So why did you?
Let me finish.
See what I mean?
Let me finish.
You guys are predators, bro. Exactly. Nobody called you. Who called you?
You're not letting me
so
finish.
who called you?
You're not letting me
But
finish.
that was my question. That was the question, right? Who called
I'll let you speak.
Yo.
But nobody called you.
Can I speak? Can I say something? Because he doesn't understand. Can we get a little protocol here, the Q&A, where he talks and then I talk?
Yeah,
because he's not letting me talk.
Okay, you can respond and then I want to hear from Scar and then you have to go to the next one.
Can you just please let me finish? Okay.
I mean, I'm answering the valid points validly, you know. Just saying.
You're not letting me. You know what? Disregard.
It's good. We don't gotta agree, but you know, I gotta say, like,
what I'm trying to.
But you gotta have more patience as a police officer.
Well, no,
you just got a quick snap, and I can see it.
You always gotta be right. Like, you don't always gotta be right.
When I argue, I always let the person speak as much as you can.
I think he just
and then once
the crime that was committed, like when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cop. I saw the cops. I grew up in the '90s, so they would give baseball cards, and I thought the cops were the coolest things because I had a real bad childhood, like with my parents, and I didn't really have friends like that, but the cops would be there. But the second I got my lowrider bike, like the cops would pull me over and give me tickets, and I'd be like, why don't you stop them over there? It's like, well, we're stopping you, how are we gonna stop them? And then I would get tickets constantly. I was just a kid, I didn't know what I was doing. I like the lowrider culture, and they would give me tickets all the time. Then my parents would be like, why are you getting tickets? Like, I don't know, they just keep stopping me. And then like maybe I'll ditch school and the cops will like, you know, like sometimes they'll get me from a certain neighborhood and drop me off in a, like far away from my house, like, or sometimes, and I was a minor, and they'll get me from the streets and take me to the police station, which I found out later was illegal there. And they made me to who I am. And they made me think that I was a bad guy. Until like I realized almost like 13 years ago, I don't gotta be that bad guy no more. But the cops made me who I was.
And I'll share, like I've never served any time like that. I was arrested as a 13-year-old, you know, literally I still looked like I was 10. I was smoking weed at the park and I got immediately apprehended, taken into custody. I got handcuffed behind my back. And then I got placed in a cop car with no divider. It was like a park cop, you know. So no divider. And then when he started asking me about my name and stuff. So I was like the adolescent phases. I didn't want to answer him. I didn't have to.
Why not though?
He's a minor.
Because I'm a minor. You don't have to interrogate me without my parents.
You don't have the right to talk to them.
That's incorrect. You committed a crime.
See? But I mean, you know.
But I don't think you're well.
All right.
One second.
Gotcha.
So without the barrier, and he kept asking me questions, and I just simply didn't want to answer him. I didn't have to at that point, you know. So he got upset that I didn't, you know, volunteer with whatever his demands were, and he just punched me in the chest as a handcuffed 13-year-old kid, knocked the wind out of me, whatever, you know. It went as far as violating my rights. I never even knew that I could have told his commanding officers or even the watch commander once I got to the jail, yo, this guy like sucker punched me in the chest, like he knocked the wind out of me, he abused me, he abused a minor. I didn't know any of that. Now that I'm an adult, because I'm a felon, because of course that, you know, escalated into more things like getting marijuana, and marijuana was hella illegal back then. I'll be damned if you guys mess with me like all over again, and that has happened to me.
I get it.
That's why I got road flares in my car. That's why I keep like a kit. You know?
I get it.
I cross all my T's and dot all my I's, dude.
Criminals who
Yo, it's getting there. The tension is building up for sure. And you know what? Like, at some point, these two are Marlon. What's his name? Marlon or whatever his name is. He you know, he's gonna piss off one of these guys, and I'm actually surprised if they don't start throwing hands at some point throughout any of this. But I don't think this prompt was all that good. It got a little good at the end, though. Let's continue, though. What's up, Eli? What's up, y'all? Yo, is that my man Eth? What's up, Eth? Twitch robs everyone. Yo, yeah, we talked about it earlier in the stream. Yo, if you're on IG, slide on over to the main YouTube channel if y'all want to chat with me, all right? DJ MoonDawg Live. Let's continue.
Like a kid, you know?
I get it.
I cross all my T's and dot all my I's, dude.
criminals who commit violent felonies don't deserve certain legal rights.
This is going to be an interesting one right here. I already know where this is going to go. It's going to be pretty hard line. I'm guessing cops are going to walk out, of course, and agree, and the ex-cons are going to disagree on this one. Let's find out.
You know what? I'm sorry, I can't do this. I can't do this episode no more. It's not making any sense. The questions just don't make sense to me. I can't really get my point across how I want to. And the questions are kind of like reversed. Like it's like you're asking the question, but you kind of. I can't do it.
I totally understand.
So I can't do it.
You can always share whether you agree or disagree.
Everybody's talking over each other. I can't be on camera doing that.
I totally understand.
I'm trying to get my point across at the police. You know what I mean? But I can't do that.
Yeah.
Like I can't do that. If I can't get my point across. There's no point of me being here.
So
I'm out of here.
Yo, what a
Can we
G.
take a smoke break then?
Yo, what a real.
I can? Oh, yes.
What a real one. Oh, no, they got him back in? No, they must have cut my boy some bread. Yo, oh, they skipped over the prompt. Yo, they skipped over the prompt. My man bossed up and say, I ain't doing this. I'm out this bitch. Fuck the police. And in order to keep them, they said, fuck it. We're moving on to the next prompt. What a legend. What a legend. Damn. All right, let's continue. It says, I fear the other side. Oh, God. I ain't gonna lie, though. Wait. Oh, shit. I ain't gonna lie, though. Some of these prompt questions have been kind of trash, too. The one we just finished watching, and then the one right before that he walked off on, like, it could be better. You know what I mean?
Other side. Step forward if you agree.
You know, I think it's part of their job to put fear in us, but it shouldn't. You know,
Hold on, let me see. I just saw this comment. What is this? Come on, blaming their criminal lifestyle on the first bad interaction with cops. I'm guessing you didn't have a bad interaction with cops. And he specifically was saying, like, he grew up in the 90s, bro. Policing was bad. They could do whatever. There was no social media, no accountability, no body cams. It was a very different time. And then go back a decade before that in the 80s. Very different time. Chicago's going to host the DNC convention next year. Guess what? Last time the DNC was here, it was back in the 80s. 80s or 70s? 80s? Anyway, when that happened, Chicago police were beating the shit out of people. So in that era, you got to keep in mind the context of the era in which this stuff had happened, and a lot of police in that time period could do whatever because there was no accountability.
Every time, just for a traffic ticket or just being stopped on the street, it was always like guns drawn right away, you know. And every time they point their guns at me, especially towards my back when I'm not even looking, like it just gives me this fear. Like, and then not only that, they like to manhandle you. They like to like grip on your knuckles when they already know the procedure. I spread my legs and I try to do everything right, and they still try to manhandle you each time. They try to like hold you so you could react and do something. It's like that it's like their job is to incriminate us. And for every traffic ticket, it was always like, always have my driver license, my insurance. So every time
he's already mentally checked out. These guys, like they're all over the place. Marlon's already, what's his name? Marlon, right? He's already like, I'm over this shit. They're all over this.
They'll come at me, I'll start cursing them out. Like that was me. That was my whole, from ever since I turned 18 to I was like 30, I was just cursing them out every chance I get, and I'll love it because they'll give me a ticket each time, and I'll be like, okay, like I don't care, like I'm paying for my freedom, and that was the cost of my freedom. But I did fear for my life each time. Every time like they manhandle me and talk down to me, all I would think about was my kids. Like them, if my kids wanted to see how these people act, because my kids look up to me, but to see the cops like act this way and then laugh about it, you know, who are these people? Like they bring fear to the community. They don't bring any peace or nothing like that. You know, and that's how I grew up. I grew up with so much aggression towards the cops, like so much aggression until I realized, you know what, I'm not who they made me to be.
I have a dangerous job, just like how you have children. I don't know if everybody has children. I want to go home to see my children, so I don't necessarily fear the other side. I just fear what could happen if I let my guard down while I'm doing my job, and that's it. Once you start off aggressive, I kind of have to match that because in the back of my head, why are you being aggressive? I have to understand, hey, he's being aggressive for some reason. I don't want to die. I don't want you to die. You don't want to die. I would hope that you don't want me to die. And we just meet in the middle right there.
Yeah, actually, back then I would hope a car hits them or something because the cops will come out with their guns drawn. It wasn't even no like, I'll just be spooked. And once they come to me, I'll be like, you motherfucker. Like I'll just go off on them.
In my younger days, like I'd never just pointed my gun for no reason, but I was, you know, whoa. Now it's like, oh, okay.
I mean, it's just interesting how all you guys stayed back there and didn't come. And I think you guys decided to come and show that you do have fear, but I don't think you guys really fear us, you know, the way we fear you. You keep saying that it's not you, and he's gonna keep saying that it's not him, so who is it? Nobody?
As if it's black and white, do I fear you? No. I don't even know you to fear you.
I signed up for the fact that one day I'm gonna get shot, and 20 plus years ago, I couldn't agree with you more. I totally understand that brutality and how we treat people, we treat them like shit. I get that. Fast forward 25 years ago, because of all that treatment that we did, now you have ambushes, you know, you got situations where suspects, you know, people are coming up at cops and just executing them. And you know, so when the prompt says, you know, do I fear the other side? Well, yeah, I mean, the other side is someone who wants to take my life out and doesn't even know me. And I suppose that's a consequence of what happened decades ago where we did treat people like shit.
I just had to say this straight. Let's be clear. What we're hearing right now, there's trauma, right? And
Yes.
this is triggering.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? And so what we're going off of our reality, what's happened and what continues to happen, it causes us as human beings to become defensive. It causes us to become protective. It causes us to become things that we're not.
But it
we weren't
shouldn't.
born to, and it shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
Exactly.
Like I should not have to
Exactly.
stay inside my house and become
That,
an
and I heard of
introvert.
it.
And it's like, why can't I enjoy my freedoms? I'm a tax-paying American. I mean, I know I'm a felon and I can't have certain, you know, rights, but when does my fear of you guys impede me from living my life as a free American?
I'm only 30 years old, so I'm dealing with the consequences of what people have done in the past. But it's like, I'm not like that. So it's like, I get the trauma, but it's also like, I'm trying to change it. Allow me to change it.
You know what, I do have to say something like, the cops from the 90s are very different from the new cops, because now they got a whole bunch of different races. Before, it was mostly whites. Yeah, so that's what I had to deal with in the 90s. But now it's a little different, I could say that.
Can the disagreeer step forward?
I agree with this gentleman here about the job has danger factors. Coming across people out in the field and patrol, I didn't fear them because I treated them with the utmost respect. And I treated them the way I would want my family to be treated if they were on the other end being stopped. I've had arrestees after going to the jail and processing them, get them food, whatever. A handful would say, you know what, thank you for treating me with the utmost respect.
I live in anxiety every day. Every time I see a black and white cop car,
I get it.
every time I see red
I
and
get
blue
it.
lights,
I totally
a
get it.
uniform, I hear a little too much keys. I hear I just don't, you know, little noises that come with your guys' uniforms. I sat up here for 15 minutes and was gonna turn around because I did not wanna be in a room with 4 people that wore that badge. And it's come to that much of a broken trust because I am the most friendliest human that you'll meet. I trust everything, even a stranger walking. As soon as I see a uniform, I'm totally guarded and I live in anxiety because of it. Me with my parole, I could show license, registration, insurance with a smile. Oh, why you got a parole till 2036? Step out of your vehicle. Next thing you know, my little tiny belongings are on the side of the curb and it's not even getting put back together. And then I'm late for work. Now I gotta explain to a job that hired a felon why I'm late because someone had a pissy day and they saw that I had a parole date.
It's valid.
If you don't know my trauma, I don't expect you to evaluate it. But I don't expect a tough tone either because it might trigger me and then we both gonna be all types of bitches. You know, like, what?
Totally.
You know?
Totally get you.
So,
what I want to know is how you guys feel about that we're scared of you guys.
I hate it. Because how do I gauge that? I don't know. I guess I have to continue to ask questions this and that third. But I'm like, why the hell? I'm just talking to you. Like if I saw, like I said,
because you can only put an animal in the corner for so long before they fight back. But I think that's what the police wants. I think that they want a war. They want us to fight back. Because I wanted to fight back so long until I realized I wasn't that person, and I had to just go my way, like follow the path that God gave me, and I had to leave that alone. But I did have a uglier path that I was gonna follow. But it's like, you know, the cops. It's like you guys make yourself our enemy.
I don't enjoy conflict.
Well, I'm telling you, we're all scared of you, and everybody I know is scared of the police.
When you interact with me or with any of you guys, I'm gonna understand who you are as a person. And it kind of goes back to what he had said about match energy with energy, you know?
But if that was the case, I mean, we don't really fear you. We don't. We're not scared. I'm not scared of you one bit. If I had a gun, we could both go at it. We'll do a duel or something like that, and we'll be even. Other than that, I'm not scared of you guys. But it's just the fact that a lot of times we don't have guns, we don't have knives. Like you guys think we're ninjas, that we're just gonna throw a knife or a fork and it's gonna land in your eye, and then you guys, that's not how we live. That's not the reality that we.
That badge gives you guys all the power.
What community are you from? Because I hear twang.
Tennessee.
Okay, so where do you police?
Tennessee.
You police in Tennessee?
Mm-hmm.
So do you police in the community you grew up in?
I do.
Okay, so out here in LA, it's pretty different. Okay, our police, like the beat, they might live there for 25, 30 years and live over here now because they've made it out. Or they might actually come from somewhere they wanted to police, but they send them to Long Beach. You know, so
yeah, that's problematic.
A big factor is that badge that you put on, you took a responsibility to know that I don't trust you. We can have commonalities. I probably can't have a commonality with you even if you said that it was your passion, other than if we could get to the way above you, because you're like the bottom of the trickle effect of the system. Mm-hmm. I need friends way up there.
Yeah.
Once you put on that uniform and that badge, for me, I'm on guard no matter who you are.
You're 100% right. We have a lot of work to do. Shows like this, us coming together and having this dialogue, it's only going to try to get us, you know, not only just the middle ground, but to treat each other as humans. So we have a lot of work to do. I totally get it.
I agree.
Policing is necessary.
Policing is necessary.
Is necessary.
Yo, why they all laughing?
I agree because I was kidnapped, raped, and tortured, and it was an off-duty LA sheriff officer who was out of jurisdiction playing softball. It was during payphone days. He saw red flags. He was policing. You know, he did his job. He noticed damsel in distress, I guess, and he called local authorities, and the gentleman got a double life sentence due to the horrendous crimes he committed against me. So I do believe that policing is necessary in certain perspectives. However, I'm gonna be biased. I think that y'all don't need a police drug me, no. So I do believe that there is a reason and a purpose for your positions.
I'm sorry that happened to you, and I'm sorry that it happened to you. I'm a parent, and I have a daughter, I have a mother, I have a sister, and I would never want anything like that to happen. And what you went through was horrendous, and we have checks and balances in place for that. Moving forward with a lot of transparency, I think there are a lot of changes in regards to issues with that. Like I said, I mentioned earlier, I personally arrested 2 of our own officers working internal affairs for the crimes that they committed. It didn't go over well, but it had to be done. And those are the checks and balances of transparency that these agencies have in place. So.
Yeah, when it comes to internal affairs, I really wonder if you were to look at all of the investigations that they conduct amongst their own officers, what percentage of them actually get popped? I just have this sneaky suspicion that it's a very low percentage. I really do. And I wish that information was available. I don't think that's anything that's public information to my knowledge. And if it is, please someone link it to me. But I don't know. I just have the suspicion that while they may investigate, officers that are suspected of doing stuff, with these police unions are so powerful that they probably don't actually pop enough people, right? Like for instance, here in Chicago, the police union is pretty, powerful. I'm sure like in New York is pretty powerful as well. The Sergeants Benevolent Association, whatever it's called out there. But like here in Chicago, they've got the collective bargaining agreement, and in the CBA, the unions actually got verbiage in there when it comes to disciplinary matters that favors officers and protects them, unlike anything else I've seen. It's like, wait, what? How does the department give up so much in terms of disciplinary matters and how they conduct it? Where the union dictates stuff. It's stuff like it's been a while since I looked this up and I read it. Right, it's kind of been some time, but it was things like, for instance, like where for instance, if a cop is involved in some kind of a shooting or whatever, right, they have like, I don't know how many days, but they have a certain amount of days. I don't know if it was 20, 48 or 72 hours. They have a certain amount of days days granted to them from the time that happened before they can give a statement about the events. Why would they need 24, 48 or 72 hours? Because to me, how I interpret that shit is you now have a couple of days to get your fucking story straight before you make an official statement, when it should be right there immediately. Go fucking to the station and get statements and start, debriefing on what transpired, not waiting a couple of days for you to, hey, so he had the gun, right? You saw the gun, I saw, right? It was right there, right? Yeah, you too? Okay, good. You know what I mean? To get your shit together with your partner or some other person, whatever. It's like little things like that.
We are not a healed race of humans. We are not in a healthy place. We haven't been in a healthy place probably ever. But we have to get there. It's not working. It causes more harm than it does good. Because even if 100 police officers do good, it takes that one to do something so atrocious, so bad, that it just wipes all the good away. And it shouldn't. And it shouldn't, but it does. Hungry people are going to steal to eat. And that's the thing. We're not looking at the root causes of stuff. Yes, the four of you, what I'm hearing, you sound like really good human beings that have a job, or chose a job, to maybe you wanted to protect and serve and whatever else, and knew that there was bad things that happened, you want to help with that. I understand that, and it's true. But it gets lost and it gets murky when we continue to see the things that happen. Policing is necessary, but it depends on how you police.
I do believe y'all need to be policed as well, though. I believe that you as police officers spend way too much time policing us and not enough time policing each other. And on all the videos, 100% has shown the facts of what partners do. They stand by, they don't police each other. They don't say, hey, stop, bruh, hold up. My homeboys, if I'm acting a fool and they know my felony, they're gonna stop me. They're gonna say, get back over here, Bonnie. Calm yourself, you got too much to lose. All the videos where there's one gone wild,
we don't do that.
Not policing each other.
Right, so to your point.
Senate Bill 2?
Yeah, well, not only that, yeah. So, yeah, they just enacted duty to intercede, or intervene, right? So, yeah, right now, you act a fool and you start acting up, and your partner's there and you just watching, that's not gonna cut it. You're gonna get jammed up and probably get terminated. Me personally, look, in my 24, 25 years, I spent about 12 years in discipline. So I worked internal affairs and I prosecuted cops. So I'm 100% with you. I don't think any of us here would like to have a bad actor or a liar, or a murderer for that meaning, or a rapist, or, so that in it itself, it's just not tolerated whatsoever because we're trying to do what's good. Is police needed? For me, on a personal note, I had a sister who was molested and raped when she was young, my older sister, and she got heavily into drugs. She's a 27-year veteran of meth, and ended up getting arrested. She ended up having to go through the system, and I suppose at one point she got a drug diversion. But all those years that she did drugs, it really affected her physically to the point where she ended up getting ovarian cancer. And so 2 years ago, I lost her to terminal cancer. My nephew, her son, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. He also committed a lot of crimes. And you know what? If it wasn't for the police arresting him and going through the system, he probably will be dead right now. Right now, he committed crimes out here in Los Angeles, and he's now over in another state where he committed more crimes. And now, luckily, thank God that he's actually going through the systems at a halfway house, has been sober for, I think, over a year. So the police, for me, not just internally for what I did, but it's super necessary for others.
Oh, they're gonna come in. Let's see what they gotta say.
I mean, we do need policing in a way, but not this type of policing.
That's fair.
No, that's it. It's just, this is not it. We need to find another way. And I don't mean to be funny, but I'm pretty sure you guys, if you haven't seen the movie Judge Dredd, I mean, they get to the point. They don't take nothing personal. They do their job. They get spit on. They get talked back. And the cops just do their job. Well, they're judges, but not cops. But they just do their job. That's it. Nothing personal. It's just business. Because it is a business. Because everything that has to do with the police either has something to do with money or money comes out of it. But that's it. You just got to take the personal stuff out the equation. I think we'll be all right. And I mean, compassion, it goes hand in hand, but like I said, just do your job and that's it. You don't gotta go nowhere beyond that.
Nah, I fuck with that.
So you're 50-50.
No, we should abolish this policing and start a new way.
But you're for the police as long as it's a better system, is what you're saying?
No, I'm not for the police. It needs to be something else now. The whole policing, everything that has police in it just needs to get out the way. It needs to be a new way of going about things.
So if you said you had kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have 4. Okay. If my daughter is raped, I need an officer that is willing to be my child's voice and hold the rapist accountable. Okay. I was raped. None of my family believed me. Okay. Nobody. But that one officer that I spoke to, that one cop believed me and made sure that everything was handled appropriately. And charges actually stuck.
But what's the odds of you getting that one cop? I've lost all hope in 911 and calling cops. I don't care. My community can take care of whatever happens that comes towards my family. And I do believe that y'all need a police in perspectives, but not, how would I say, like the badge and the uniform ain't working no more.
We all agree that we need something better.
Nah, I don't agree at all. Not one bit. I literally believe
Yo, Charlie gives no fucks and don't fuck with the police at all. He don't want to hear nothing. Charlie came to this shit to say no to everything involved with the cops, yo. It's hilarious.
We should be able to take care of ourselves, fend for ourselves, I mean, when this country...
So if you have a 3-year-old daughter that gets kidnapped or raped, your same situation.
Well, I mean, I'm going to go out.
How is she going to defend herself?
I'm going to become an automatic criminal and probably face charges for taking matters upon my own hands. I'm going to fall into the cycle.
And if you couldn't find the rapist or the kidnapper?
I mean, to be honest with you, I hate to put it this way, but I've been a victim of crimes that I've solved myself before you guys even got involved. And crimes have happened to me that I've delivered, I've handed cases to investigators, and I've done, you know, my thing. I'm not gonna go out and shoot people, I got too much to lose. But I will do my job and I will do what I gotta do because it's my stuff. I'm paying, my tax dollars are paying for you guys to do absolutely nothing. And when you guys are called, I'm gonna open a beer, I'm gonna chill, I'm gonna hang out. I'm gonna probably order a pizza. The pizza man will get there before you guys do. You're civil servants of us. At what point did you go from serving us to harassing us? At what point did you go from serving and protecting us
that's real.
to making us inferior to you guys? At what point do we go from the people to, man, we're scared of you guys?
And I hear you.
Yo, hey, I ain't gonna lie. That was pretty base right there when he said. That was kind of pretty based right there. I see some comments flying through here. Let me go through some of what y'all said real quick. Gigi said, I wish we lived in a world where we didn't need the police, but that's not the case. We can sit here and keep repeating some same convos, but won't change nothing. Human do terrible shit, and cops are human. Yeah, it's true. But I think the issue is that how they carry themselves in their work is problematic. And I think the bigger thing is that it is about the system of policing. And like some of these cops on the panel seem fine, right? They probably are nice cops out there. But they have to work within the confines that the system is. And then that's kind of like what some of the issue is. You know what I'm saying? Ashmop says, so he's saying he wants the cops to be treated like shit and just keep smiling. So if you work in a restaurant and a customer spat in your face, you would keep it going and not take it personal. Yo, like, I'm gonna say like this, bro, right? Like, to be honest with you, that's not a great analogy to kind of pull, right? Like, we have to look at it as what cops do. They interact with the public on a daily. There's so many things that play into the entire equation, right? One, you have a lot of cops that get on the job for the wrong reason. I've talked about this extensively. Like, for instance, here in Chicago, there's a lot of cops that never grew up in this fucking city. They grew up in the suburbs. They went to college. They got a degree in some bullshit liberal arts and sciences, whatever, sociology or some dumb shit that it's a waste. It's a waste of a degree, right? Then they get out, they realize they can't find a job in the field that they majored in. And then they're like, well, I'll just become a cop. Why? Because it's, I get a pension, it's a city job, got benefits. I'll just become a cop. I've said this before. Being in the policing, there's few fields in careers in this world that I firmly believe it is a calling for people to do. It's not something that people should just be like, nah, I'll just do it because it's work. I think that's the wrong intention 100%. Policing, military are the first two that come to my mind. I think that's largely a thing for people that it should be a calling that you undertake. I think those people tend to be better positioned to carry out that work than someone that went to school, got a degree, can't find a job in the degree that they majored in, and then it's like, nah, I'll just become a cop. And then it gets better, right? There's more. They get stationed in the fucking hood where they've never interacted with a black or Latin person a day in their life because they grew up in the outskirts of the city, in the suburbs, or maybe in the affluent white neighborhoods in Chicago, but now they're stationed in the hood. And so their first and most of their interactions with black and brown people are negative. And they start to build biases in their mind. It's subconscious. It's been, so like I'm going out to say that like it's systematic, it's problematic. When you're in this job, you're going to come across people that are going to be unpleasant, and it leads to bigger issues when an officer is not emotionally mature, that they can't control themselves when someone's talking to them crazy. right? If someone's telling fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, you know what? I'm not getting pressed about it because he's going through some stuff, whatever. But there's not the case. Some other cops will start then getting crazy, start talking crazy. Like it's a whole thing. That's kind of like the point of it all, right? They be scared of black and brown people because of their own skin tone. I mean, there's that too. You know what I mean? They don't do enough policing in the community to meet the everyday good citizens in these communities that are struggling to get by and working to get by, that want to live a good life and an honest life, because they're constantly focused on the shitty people. You know what I mean? And then when they're done, like here in Chicago, in order to be a cop, you have to live in the city limits. So what happens is the vast majority of the police and city workers, like fire department, paramedics, the vast majority of these motherfuckers live on the northwest side and like right on the border of the first suburb. Like they're right on this, like if you were to look on the map, it's like a cusp. Like a vast majority of cops live in this one particular, not one particular, but like it's like a chain of a few neighborhoods on the northwest part of Chicago, right along where the border of Cook County is, where they have to remain. And they're all kind of jumbled up there. And then they leave and they go to their work in the south sides and the west sides in the hood. That to me is another problem. It's systematic. It's problematic. But to kind of get back to the point of the comment from I forgot who it was, but you got to be held to a higher standard as an officer. You know what I mean? You got to be held to a higher standard. And as someone that was served in the Marine Corps and worked in fields in counterterrorism, counterespionage, was trained in all these different things, you know, when we interacted with people, like there were times when I was working in embassies where we had a problematic national in the consular section going crazy because they didn't get their visa got denied. So they fucking go crazy, right? So we got to come out there. We got to handle this motherfucker. Now, you know, we always follow the force continuum. We always try to de-escalate as much as possible. Sir, just, you know what I mean? It was never coming in and we're just going to toss this motherfucker and go crazy. You know, it's just it's a different perspective on that. And I think when officers come in trying to swing their, you know, metaphorically big dick around, it doesn't lead to anything good.
Honestly, I hear you. I hear everything you're saying.
Not to be rude, but look at what is going on in South Africa. The police literally have no power, and the country's pretty much a war zone. I don't know enough to speak on that with any kind of, you know what I mean, intelligence, bro. I really can't, Ash. I don't know enough what's happening down there. They find it hard to understand. Most people in the hood and hardworking middle-class citizens, everyone gets profiled. Yeah. It becomes subconscious, right? It's been proven in studies that they get biases subconsciously because think about it. Every officer is tending to deal with the worst of people, right? And this is across colors, right? Whatever, they tend to deal with the worst of people and people's situations. So they start to formulate these biases. And that's also a thing. I mean, I think the police need more mental health support, right? They should be, I would say for their own benefit, be required to see regular. It should be part of the job that they should be seeing a psychologist, someone to talk to. Maybe it's monthly, at least, just to offload that stuff and help recenter them. I think it's a good thing.
I honestly have a better chance policing myself than I having call you guys.
Well, honestly. I'm sorry you went through what you did. Okay. I will apologize for us as a whole, but you can't judge all of us.
It's not just you guys, it's a whole history since you guys started. Like in 1777, when this country was built, there was no police.
I have trouble, especially being a black cop, is I have been...
Hey, real quick, if you're on IG, the stream might end because we're almost about to hit 4 hours. If you want to come through, continue this, come over to YouTube. DJ MoonDawg Live is the channel, just in case it cuts off. All right, we'll still be live on my YouTube, DJ MoonDawg Live. You want to continue this.
Through what
It's not much left in it, but it looks like the stream might be ending soon.
Gone through. Yeah.
IG got 4 hour caps.
I try to be a better person every time I talk to somebody with trauma like what you're saying, you judge me based off this, but then expect me not to do the reverse to you, and I don't understand where that disconnect is.
Well, the disconnect.
If I were to treat you like, oh, this is a Mexican on the street, right?
All the time.
I don't know you, so I've never done that. So don't say I've done that, right? But if I were to treat you like that, it would be an issue. Why do you feel okay to do that? Hey, this is a cop. He's going to do the exact same shit that everybody else did it before. That's not fair to do.
It's not, but it's not fair to come after me when I'm just driving my car.
I don't know you.
The Constitution says that I have the right to enjoy my roads that I pay for with my tax
dollars. It says you have the right to travel. It doesn't say
we travel freely. Travel freely, that's the key word. Travel freely.
Right, so you can walk wherever you want to go, but you can't drive. That's under the California Constitution. But that's neither here nor there. But what I'm saying, I would never.
Pay attention, guys. I want you guys to pay attention, right? I want you guys to pay attention because this is a big problem right here. And he claims that he's not a problem and he's in the middle. But let me point it out to you guys right here where the big flaw is. Every time that I've invoked my rights, this individual has chose to go around and still violate my rights. You guys notice that?
Okay.
The same persona, the same, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not.
Can we move on to the last prompt? Because it's like it's not going anywhere. Okay. Yeah. Locking people up doesn't solve anything.
I agree. Yeah. Okay, they all came up. That's real. That's real.
Finally, middle ground. Punishment is the response to everything. By punishment, I mean throwing somebody into a system that does not address anything, any of the issues that the person might have had, the communities have, people with substance issues, mental health issues, poverty issues. Let's be clear, poverty is a crime, right? But people are getting locked up for it because they're trying to manage and eat and survive and just do, you know. And so we're not addressing anything that causes these ills. Okay, let's lock them up and throw away the key. That's the mindset, at least that's how we feel because we lived it and we continue to live it.
Yeah, I think we've gotten better.
And I feel like that's where now we're getting this middle ground and this understanding that it is not the way to do things. It is not the solution.
Right. I feel like we're getting the blame for it when it's a system as a whole. You know, we don't have anything to do with what happens.
But you're part of it.
And we are part of it, absolutely.
You're the root of it.
We absolutely agree on that.
You see, that's the thing that you guys say, oh, we're not responsible, but then you say that, oh, we're not like this, but I mean,
no, we're
like,
responsible.
No one's taking accountability. That's one thing. I mean, you guys say sorry, you're apologizing for them, but where are they? Like, you know, it's like we never see them.
You're the stage before intake. So you're the level before I go in. So when I'm put in handcuffs and going in, my last real human contact is with the person who put the handcuffs on me. And not once has anyone ever just had a compassionate, like, hey, I hope to see you make it out of here healthy, or, hey, you know what, I'm
Recidivism has been 70% for God knows how long.
Like 80 something.
I'd say probably 80 now. In certain zip codes, in certain locations, it's probably even the 90 or 95%. So from a societal, point of view, absolutely. I think that, locking people up is not the key. As a matter of fact, all the prisons that they made in the state of California has been overpopulated for decades.
There's money in recidivism. There's not money in reformation, and that's the problem. Is that you are trapped in a system, and so am I, where it's all about a dollar amount on me.
True.
And that's just what it is.
Like, when I got locked up, like, I went in for weed. And when I got out, like, in 2 weeks, I came out, like, knowing how to steal a car. I made more connections with more criminals. I learned how to make a shank. I learned how to hide stuff. Like, I became more criminal going to prison, going to jail. All these, like, you just are surrounded by other people that are doing even crazier stuff than just having weed. So it's like, I came out worse. And each time I will go, I will learn something even worse. So it's like, it just makes it even worse. Like,
imagine like having a family for 13, 27 years, right? And then you come home and you're told you can't associate with them. Like, those are my friends. And they're home, I'm home. We've relied on each other. Violation, 10-day sit down. Oh, what's your name? It's all about the dollar amount. All my support is stripped because they're felons. What support do I have? Not y'all, not the felons. I'm in the middle line too. Who supports me? My job.
We need some help on both sides at all levels. Going back what you said about financials, yeah, it is. It's at the legislative branch that where they need to make these changes, and it's going to trickle down where it affects all of us on both sides. Definitely.
And we have not really brought the elephant to light in this room right now. This system is not ours, right? It was created before any of us here. Was designed to continue a form of slavery, period. The vast majority of the 2.3 million people in American prisons and jails are black and brown people, period.
It's broken, and I don't see our generations being able to fix it. I don't see the next generation, but I will tell you, I will do my part as an individual to uphold and treat everybody with respect, as I'm sure all three of these guys can say as well. You know, I didn't know y'all from Adam. I don't know them from Adam. But here we are. We're having conversations. We're having debates. And I will still treat you guys all with the same respect.
And thank you so much, guys, for being here.
Yeah. He just walked off there. There ain't no hugs, no dabs. Just, yeah, they don't like each other at all. God damn, that was pretty intense. Sheesh. Yo, that was super intense, man. Oh, you know, it really is something it has to be changed at the highest levels, man. You know, the constant need to keep arresting and jailing people. I hate to see it on social media, especially. We're so divided in this. There's a segment of the population that's like, if they do the crime, do the time. You know what I mean? And that dude Scar made he said it perfectly, which is he went in for weed, and every time he went back in, like, he learned more criminal shit, and it turned him into a criminal. Imagine how many other people went in for low-level crime that, like, at least now is starting to get better, where drugs are weed is becoming more legalized in a certain regard. And although it's not federally legal, it is in the states, most states now. But at least we're starting to move away from locking people up for like small drugs. And then imagine how many of them went through his experience and they went in for like drugs, and then their first stint for a month in jail, now they then learned how to do some other wild stuff. Like he said, he learned how to hotwire a car and then do this, and then it escalates. You know what I mean? That was real intense. Charlie was out for real, yo. He's like, yo, fuck y'all, I'm out this bitch. He legit hates it. Like, I don't know if I want to say this, but let's just say if there was a situation, I'm pretty sure he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Yeah, I'm sure you could put two and two together there. You know what I mean? If given the opportunity, I kind of get that vibe. He would bang that joint up. You know, I'm still bugging over the fact that Scar was about to leave and they had to change the whole prompt just to keep him. Yo, boss level. I was super boss level. Yeah, that was a good one, man. Listen, I thought overall that was real good, and I thought that was really good and really tense too, right? I thought that was really tense, and that's where it started. Very intense. With cops and criminals having the conversation, it's never going to go anywhere. Neither of them are in control of any of it. It all comes higher up. Yeah, it is. Scar Cholo a G. Yeah, he definitely, yo. You see the way he tied it up? Yeah. You definitely. It's a corrupted system. It's scary, but the fact that having meetings and increase the influence of crime, so we'll never have more criminals to lock up and get money and more money people. It's really sad. Yo, you know what? Let's take a look at this. Let me see if I can find a video real quick. What's this real quick? Hold up. What is this?
I think if you're ever going to rate yourself, you should always rate yourself a 10, because you become more attractive when you hear how a person thinks.
10.
Okay, so you're a 10.
Yeah.
Okay, she's a 10. I have some makeup remover here. Does anybody want to revise their...
That's stupid. All right, let me see. What did I look up? Prison documentary? Let's see. I want to find something that breaks down prisons and like money. Prisons and money? How to make money in prison. Prison economy. How long is this? 3 minutes? Nat Geo. Will Nat Geo tag my video? I want to get hit with no DMCA or something like that. Should we check that out? Yo, I'm mad that they got videos about how to ball in prison, bro. 10 ways to make money in prison. What? What's going on here? Oh, look. Here it is. New ways private prisons are making billions. Oh, shit. Oh, no. This, hey, I'm sure it's going to trigger us. Y'all want to watch this with me real quick and we'll wrap it up? Y'all down to watch this with me? I know it is a business. Yeah. All right, bet. All right, let's take a look at new ways private prisons are making billions. Everyone keeps saying that prisons is the prison system is essentially a form of modern day slavery and it's a big business. And let's just see how big of a business this is.
My kid's not here. He's dead because of him. He ruined my fucking life.
In 2011, a judge in Pennsylvania was put on trial.
We turn now to the latest news on the so-called Kids for Cash scandal in Pennsylvania, in which judges took money in exchange for sending thousands of juvenile offenders to for-profit youth jails.
Judge Ciavarella was charged with taking millions of dollars in kickbacks for sending children away for crimes as minor as mocking a teacher online.
He said, well, I'm coming down to arrest her for making a MySpace page about her vice principal.
The scandal was one of many plaguing an industry that has often sought profit over justice.
Many who served in private prisons say officials had incentives to keep prisoners there rather than rehabilitating them.
Today, the U.S. imprisons more people, both per capita and in terms of number of people incarcerated, than any other country in the world.
African Americans are being incarcerated at nearly 5 times the rate of white Americans.
We have more African Americans in this country under criminal supervision right now than all of the slaves in 1850.
In a step to address racial inequity, President Biden signed an executive order in 2021 banning all private prison contracts by the federal government.
This is the first step to stop corporation from profiting
that's
off
a good
of incarceration.
But companies have found ways to continue profiting off the multi-billion-dollar industry.
As the Trump administration continues to crack down on undocumented immigrants, the majority of them will be sent to detention facilities run by private companies.
This industry has started to shift into what I like to call mass incarceration 2.0.
In Los Angeles County, for example, in the last 6 years has increased the use of electronic monitors by 5,000%.
I don't really like that I have cameras in my house. I don't like being recorded.
So will the private prison ban lead to a fairer justice system?
Justin, you're outside of your facility. You have permission to be away.
I am not outside of my food zone. I was in bed and you just woke me up.
Or has it provoked something altogether more sinister?
Yo, I'm already knowing I'm about to get triggered,
we
bro.
must wage what I have called total war against public enemy number 1 in the United States, the problem of dangerous drugs.
This piece of shit president.
In the 80s and 90s, the war on drugs and harsh sentencing policies meant the US prison population skyrocketed.
Last year alone, over 10,000 drug criminals were convicted.
Overcrowding in this 10-year-old prison is already a problem.
I mean, it started with Nixon, then Reagan added to it. And let's not forget, good old boy Bill Clinton added to this shit for sure. Right? So what was that? I guess that was what? Nixon was Republican, Reagan was Republican, and then Clinton was a Democrat. So there's that. It just goes to show you that both sides, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I don't buy into this left and right shit too much.
Cell designed for one.
Private firms stepped in, offering to build more facilities and faster.
I think we'll see the private sector saving the taxpayers a tremendous amount of money.
But it wasn't long before they had problems.
New questions are being raised tonight about the wisdom of turning public prisons over to private operators.
It became apparent that, in many cases, profits were prioritized over the care of those housed inside.
I mean, what did they really expect? Every other business in our country, because we are a capitalist society and economy, is always going to fucking prioritize their revenue to their shareholders. What part of this did they not think was going to happen? And clearly, when you have stories of people getting kickbacks and getting a taste in some form of fashion, I'm sure many people that allowed this were getting some kind of benefit in some extent. But yeah, of course, if it's a private company, they're not just doing this out of the kindness of their heart to rehabilitate people. They want to maximize profits, and they're going to adapt a business model that is going to do exactly that. And in this case, it seems like keeping people in as much as possible. And like they got this clip of them fighting, right? It makes sense that the guards would be hands off. Oh, we'll just let them fight because you know what we're going to do? We're just going to report that and add more time to their sentence. You see how this can be all systematically set up for you to just stay forever in the system?
Private prisons raise a lot of the same issues that are raised in publicly run facilities. However, these issues are often exacerbated. In many cases, their officers are wildly underpaid and not paid benefits.
To save on costs, private companies usually offer fewer staff incentives and can struggle to retain employees. On the day of this 2018 riot in New Mexico, staff numbers were under 50%.
With keys to the entire 40-man cell block and no guards, the inmates take control.
What?
There are only two ways to make money. One is to increase your revenues, and one is to decrease your expenses. And in the case of private prisons, increasing revenues means more bodies behind bars, and decreasing expenses means lower care and quality of care for those people who are in your custody.
Can't play music.
President 2020, many prison reform advocates were hopeful.
The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer.
Biden promised criminal justice reform, and his directive 6 days in seemed a step in the right direction.
He says he's pulling America out of the private prison business. It's a break with what the Trump administration had done.
However, for decades, the private prison industry has been finding other ways to fill empty beds.
After just a short time of the complex sitting vacant, it has a new tenant, Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
What is happening is that these private prison industries are turning around and filling these same beds with people in immigration detention.
¡Abre la puerta!
No me toques, no me toques. 1980s, 1990s. You saw the war on drugs. Now we're changing the laws as it pertains to marijuana. We're now seeing these prisons being filled by immigrants.
80% of undocumented immigrants are being held inside privately run facilities, generating over $1 billion for the two largest prison companies in 2020.
The Trump administration.
I didn't know that. This is really interesting to know that they shifted from, U.S. citizens to housing and dealing with the immigration, which that's such a complex thing right there. If legislation were to kind of address this, they probably wouldn't have any kind of a business at that point.
Increased immigrant detention beds by over 50% in 4 years. And what we saw was the administration handed out sweetheart deals to private prison companies.
There's an incredible, I would say, financial incentive not to reduce incarceration, but to change the population.
And changing the population hasn't changed the problems, which range from abuse of solitary to medical neglect. Women in this privately run Georgia detention center accused the gynecologist of carrying out surgeries on them without their consent. The facility was then closed under Biden.
At what point did you realize that you had had surgery?
When I woke up and I saw the incisions, it turns out that I didn't need the procedure that was performed.
Yo, what did they do though? This is kind of crazy.
The tragedies that we see, particularly in facilities that are run by private prison companies, means death. It means unnecessary sickness and illness.
Their inactions are responsible for Carlos's death.
What these private prison companies have in mind, of course, are their bottom line. And the abuses and the heartbreaks and the tragedies that we see are the unfortunate result of that.
Expanding immigration services is a new source of income for private companies. But there are others too.
Many of the for-profit firms that manage prisons and detention centers have also diversified.
The reality is that private interests have permeated our correctional carceral system across the country.
From food and phone calls to healthcare, these companies have monetized all aspects of crime and punishment. Now, they're moving into a new frontier: electronic surveillance.
I told county that if they put 2 beacons up, that the signals would interrupt each other, and that's exactly what's happening. The violations have just gotten worse.
Mohawk Johnson has been on an ankle monitor for nearly 2 years after being arrested for alleged battery at a Black Lives Matter protest. He is still awaiting trial.
I don't really like that I have cameras in my house. I don't like being recorded all the time.
He's placed cameras in his bedroom to capture how often he's woken up to be told he's not in his house.
I am not. I'm in bed. You just woke me up. Please stop waking me up.
They call my actual leg monitor. It starts to vibrate and make a really loud noise.
Mr. Johnson, did you move your beacon?
The sheriff told me to move my beacon because I relocated.
The issues with his monitor have placed him in a constant state of anxiety.
May I ask why I keep getting called at work? This has happened like 6 or 7 times.
It's gotten bad to the point that when my phone vibrates, I get scared because I think I'm in trouble.
I'm literally standing under my beacon.
We're really extending the boundaries of...
That's crazy, bro. That I would rather just be locked up than to live like that and be ankled up, bro. That's I would argue that's probably even worse of a situation to be in, because you're not really free. You it's like a fake freedom. That's 100% a completely fake kind of freedom. Probation is worse than just. I'd rather just go in and do my time and get out and completely be done than to be yeah, man. Because any little thing you do, they can pop you for, and then you're gonna go back in anyway. Just send me in. Just send me in. I'd rather go do the time.
Of incarceration, some people incarcerated in their homes, some people incarcerated in the jail.
These firms don't just collect money from the government. They charge people for their own incarceration.
In many cases, you're paying a daily fee to be on electronic monitor.
What?
And those would be $5, $10 a day, up to the highest I've seen is $47.
Ankle shackles has emerged as a term for these devices.
I've interviewed many Black people who have been on electronic monitors, and they repeatedly talk about when they look at their ankle, they think of a slave shackle.
Space allowed for each man, 6 foot by 1 foot 6. For each woman, 5 foot by 1 foot 4.
It's definitely a shackle. Like, they always frame it as if they're trying to rehabilitate people, but you can't really like trigger somebody's PTSD nonstop and then say that that's rehabilitative.
We have never asked these firms to focus on rehabilitation. Our experiment with private prisons in the US has been a massive failure.
Following the US's lead, in recent decades, other countries around the world have begun to experiment with privatization.
Scores of refugee and migrant children who were held for months and even years by the Australian government at one of their refugee detention centers. Dozens of children still live in the camp's moldy tent.
I think one thing that always concerns us in the United States is the international precedent that it sets.
They've spread in a number of ways, particularly in the English-speaking world, in the UK, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand.
But as the US starts to question the influence of these companies, what happens if other countries don't?
And my main concern going forward is not so much in developed countries, but in less developed countries where they might be persuaded to go down this road and end up regretting it later.
Yo, that's crazy, man. That's really crazy. And you know what? With Biden shutting down private prisons, you know, for U.S. criminals, it really seems as though they wouldn't really have anything to do if our Congress and legislators would figure out immigration and do something about that, right? Because if people are pouring over our border, then these private prison firms wouldn't have people to put into these, you know, prisons that they have. So this is another area where our government can probably do a lot to cut them out of the equation again if they finally address immigration. But I just don't see immigration being resolved because it is such a hardline point for the left and the right that, again, like, it's quiet right now, but just wait until the next election and all of a sudden we're going to see nonstop immigration topics brought up, and all the news cycles are going to be focused on stories of immigrants coming over through crazy means and losing their life in crazy ways. And then it becomes a big back and forth about how we deal with that influx. All the meanwhile, these shitty prison companies are benefiting from all this stuff. And the fact that they're now turning to provide these ankle monitors, ankle shackles to monitor, you know, parolees or people on probation, that's crazy. Just throw me in jail and I'll just do the time. There's no way. Ain't no way I'm doing that. And yet here they are capitalizing off of it, and the audacity that they make you pay a daily fee. Yeah, just send me to jail. Got me fucked up. You know? Yeah, I ain't paying for shit. They gonna suck my whole dick. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. You know, yeah, you know, like old boy said, you know how triggering that has to be woken up. And it's like they probably fucking with you on purpose to do that. You know I'm dead asleep, bro. Why you pinging me? I'd walk around naked if they were watching me. Every day I'm walking in the camera naked, jerking off into the camera. Every day. Because they can never do nothing about it, right? I'm in my home. I'm gonna beat my meat. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna beat my meat right into this camera. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? And I'm gonna shoot my load right in that bitch. I'm gonna aim that motherfucker right into the fucking camera. Right into that bitch. They're talking with the big mouths. They're not even doing anything about it. What do you mean? It is a business. It's big time. Damn, man. That's crazy. And that was just one video. I'm sure. Let me see. I think there was another one. I want how to make money in prison. Let's see. Okay, let me see private prison. Let's see what else we find. Private prison industry. Oh shit. What's this? Damn, are we going down the rabbit hole of private prisons right now? Shit. What's up, Nina? They can't do anything but watch. Right. Yo, imagine I'm on house arrest or whatever. I'm tagged up and they got cameras. Oh, I'm automatically doing OnlyFans. I'm just going to have the cams watching me fucking everything. Every night I'm boning something for my OnlyFans. You know? What are you going to say then? We're about to go down the rabbit hole. I know. Shit. Which one has more views? This one seems like it. All right.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help me produce more content like this and get early access to every new video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Hey, if you guys would like to see me do more reactions and share my thoughts on more fucked up things in the world, please consider becoming a member. For only as low as $2.99, you can join and support your boy. It helps me to think better and make these more reactions even better. Yeah, so become a member.
You'll often hear the claim that the United States is the freest place on Earth, a bastion of personal and societal freedom. For such a supposedly free nation, we sure have a lot of people behind bars. While many rights and freedoms have been stripped away over the past few decades, from freedom of the press to freedom of assembly, in this video we're going to focus specifically on the US prison system. A system that, by just about every metric, is the worst in the developed world. Let's start with some basic facts. The US has the most incarcerated people of any nation on Earth, both by sheer numbers and per capita. As of June 2020, there were 2,121,000 prisoners currently serving time in the US, and a total of over 10 million in the prison system, which includes those waiting for trial and those on parole. This number is higher than nations with vastly larger populations, like China and India. It's higher than countries the US considers more authoritarian, like Russia or, again, China. It's even higher.
Well, I think in those instances, when you bring up China and Russia, I think it's logical to understand why they specifically would have lower crime, right? Mainly because authoritarian. Mainly because it's getting late. I can't even talk. Mainly because in authoritarian. Oh God. Take 3. Okay. I'm failing so bad. Authoritarian, mainly in these communist countries. Mainly in these communist countries, they don't fuck around. So if you step out of line, you might not go to jail at all. They just might execute you. So it makes sense why Russia and China would have lower, numbers of people in prisons. People they know not to fuck around. They know not to fuck around.
Than the greatest of all boogeymen, the Soviet Union, at the height of Stalin's power. As for our per capita rating, the US incarcerates roughly 655 people per 100,000. No other OECD nation comes close. The UK sits at 140, Canada 107,
you do the
France
crime, you die.
Germany 77,
There ain't no time.
China barely cracks 150. All the countries the US likes to cast as authoritarian hellholes, every single one of them incarcerates fewer people and often in far more humane facilities. The US represents 4% of the total world population, but 22% of the world's prison population. When you talk about prison and prisoners, all the racists tend to come out of the woodwork and say things like, well, those other places are all one race, and immigrants are just inherently criminal. Of course, these statements have no basis in reality. Among roughly equally diverse nations and countries with similarly sized immigrant populations, our incarceration rate is still vastly higher in every case. We also need to remind these people that white people go to jail too. They're just let off the hook far more frequently than any other race. But we'll get to that later. Now that you have an idea of just how much of an obsession we have with locking people up, let's talk about some specifics. If you're familiar with my channel, you'll know that I identify one common thread that ties together all of the worst tendencies of the American empire: profit. Everything is driven by the insatiable urge to accumulate greater and greater sums of money. The stock market demands perpetual growth. Corporations must make more this year than they did last year. The prison industrial complex is no different. We tend to think of prisons as self-contained entities, cruel but untainted by the tendrils of capitalism. This is not the case. Companies have always been eager to work with prisons to increase their profits. The companies that provide food to prisoners are only too happy to sell nutritionally deficient slop to the prison industrial complex. It's cheap to produce and nets them a healthy profit. The phone companies that provide basic call functionality to prisoners charge exorbitant pay-per-minute rates because they know how desperate these poor people are to speak to their loved ones. Transportation companies make a killing shuttling prisoners to and from court appearances and between prisons. But more egregious than these examples is the practice of modern-day slavery. You've probably heard that the state of California routinely puts inmates to work fighting fires. Do you know what they're paid for putting their lives on the line?
What?
$2 per day, or $2 per hour when they're actively fighting fires. The minimum wage in the US is $7.25 per hour, which is already absurdly low and has been determined not to be a livable wage. Prisoners are paid $2 per hour at best for their labor, less than 1/3 of the federal.
Prison firefighters is a thing? Oh my God, bro. What a scam. Yo, the irony that of all places California's doing this when they're so fucking uber liberal and want to do all these things to raise wages and all this stuff, and y'all out here got your prisoners doing forest fires for $2 a day. Man, fuck Cali, bro.
Federal minimum wage. But wait, it gets worse. Incarcerated people have their own minimum wage. Care to guess what it is? It's not $2. It's 12 cents per hour. Some states, including my home state of Texas, do not require incarcerated workers to be paid at all. Would you sell an hour of your life for 12 cents? Of course you wouldn't. But the people trapped in the prison system have no choice in the matter. They are required to do the work that is demanded of them. This is slavery. In the past year, inmates have been put to work manufacturing hand sanitizer and PPE, washing hospital laundry, and digging mass graves for COVID victims. In normal years, they provide forced labor for thousands of US corporations, including big names like McDonald's, Wendy's, Tyson, Verizon, Sprint, Fidelity, Walmart, JCPenney, and IBM.
Bro, I'm literally, you know, my knowledge on some of this prison work was they might make like license plates for the state. And it's like, all right, you know, you're doing something for the state, whatever. But to hear this, that they're doing stuff on the work for these private companies, yo, this is legit slavery. I'm legit baffled right now. What? Yeah, I didn't know I thought it was just like license plates and little things like that. No, they're actually, oh, that's wild.
Angry yet? It still gets worse.
Yeah.
With each passing year, America finds new ways to extract profits from human life. Let's talk about private prisons. As the war on drugs ramped up in the 1980s, federal prisons began to become overcrowded. The solution? Turn to the private sector to build new prisons for all this excess human inventory. The government contracts a private company to build the prisons, that company locks up the overflow prisoners, and in exchange they receive a fixed rate for each inmate. They are paid for each person they imprison. See the problem here? The prison slave labor market is a financial incentive not to pursue prison reform. It would damage the profits of thousands of US companies. But by adding for-profit prisons into the mix, cutting out the middleman, and simply making money off of human storage units, we've ensured that no meaningful reform will ever pass, at least not without a mass movement to demand it. Think about it. Who profits from the existence of private prisons? Private companies are given multi-hundred-million-dollar contracts, then their executives turn around and donate huge sums of that same money to politicians who will support private prisons. It's a never-ending cycle. Corrupt politicians are making money, private prisons are making money, and thousands of US companies are making money from literal slave labor. It makes perfect sense within the US capitalist framework. CoreCivic, formerly Corrections Corporation of America, is the largest private prison manager in the country. In 2019, they raked in $1.98 billion in revenue, all on the backs of exploited human beings, stuffed into their prisons with a price tag on each one. What's even more ridiculous is that the vast majority of the private prison contracts contain a lockup quota. That is, a guaranteed percentage of occupancy for the duration of the agreement. Most of these quotas are set at 90% occupancy, with some even landing an insane 100%.
Yo, that means that they have to keep people in there. Oh my God. Bro, how is this not at the forefront of more of our conversations with you know, social justice? This is disgusting, bro. Not everything should be privatized. When it comes to incarcerating people for doing crimes, that should 100% be handled by the government. If they're the ones handing down, if they're the ones, you know, enforcing laws, arresting people, prosecuting people, they should be the ones responsible for their captivity and their fucking rehabilitation. Offloading it to private companies should have been a red flag from the fucking jump. Now, granted, this started to happen back when, with Reagan, and in that era, we weren't as socially conscious as we are now. And I guess I can at least say that Biden shutting it down for the federal government contracts with them was a good thing. But of course, these companies are going to go and do their deals with the states individually. And this is like the ultimate dirty laundry, man. How are we not more active on this topic? This is quite just literally disgusting. The fact that they have to have quotas in this. 100% incentivizes the whole point of having people in there. They're gonna want to have people in there and not let them come out. God damn, we are in a rabbit hole. I wish you guys told me to go to bed.
So, in a time when crime rates are the lowest they've been in decades, these private prisons are guaranteed to have their cells filled. If those cells aren't filled, they're still paid as if they were. And guess who pays the bill? US taxpayers. There was one hideous incident in 2008 which became known as the Kids for Cash scandal. 2 judges in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania were found to have been accepting bribes from for-profit correctional facilities to dole out ridiculously harsh sentences for minors. Thousands of children were slapped with extended stays in these private facilities for crimes as minor as making fun of their assistant principal on MySpace. There are few things more depraved than putting innocent children in jail to line your own pocket. So, to recap, the US started the war on drugs which US groups like the CIA were shuttling into the country, began locking people up at unprecedented rates for nonviolent drug offenses, realized we had literally run out of all of our prison space, and decided to contract out private companies in order to lock up more people, and then paid those companies to incarcerate even more people. This system is absurd by any reasonable estimation, and we still haven't even discussed whether or not it's effective. To make a long story short, no, it's not effective. In the United States, we focus more on punishment than rehabilitation, and US prisons are certainly punishment. In fact, they're so inhumane that the United Nations has condemned them as abusive and torturous. And human rights organizations have long asserted that one of the prison industrial complex's favorite tools, solitary confinement, is literal torture. Once someone has been released from prison, it's much harder to find a job. And 2 out of 3 end up right back in a cell because their situation is so desperate. We've even seen people commit tiny crimes and purposefully get arrested because then at least they'd have a roof over their heads. When many Americans hear this, they'll shake their heads and say, you just can't fix some people, completely ignoring the fact that our prison system is not intended to fix anything. Again, this fits in perfectly with the average American mindset. Most people subjected to prison terms are poor. In America, we've been conditioned to believe that poor people are lazy and therefore morally deficient and deserving of punishment. This, of course, ignores the fact that wealthy people are just as likely or even more likely to use drugs. But those people are rarely sentenced, often because they have important parents, or they can pay bail, or simply because their communities aren't heavily policed like lower income areas. We've effectively criminalized poverty. Can't pay a parking ticket? Jail. Can't pay bail? Prison term. No one will hire you when you get out? Serves you right for being a criminal. This mindset is truly horrific. It lacks even the barest shred of basic human decency. We cannot ignore the fact that systemic racism plays a large role in the American prison system. 2 men, 1 white and 1 black, charged for the same crime with the same criminal background, are often given different length prison sentences. Can you guess who gets the longer sentence? On average, black people are given 20% longer sentences for the same crime committed by a white person. Then you have white-collar crime. Banks have engaged in money laundering for drug cartels and other shady operations for years, bankrolling the very industry we throw people away for, and they caused the single largest economic crash since the Great Depression. Did any bankers get locked up for any significant time? Of course not.
That right there always fires me up, man. How the fuck those cocksuckers got away and didn't get locked up? You know what I mean? Shielded behind the company. They should 100% be accountable, from the CEO to whatever the key executives were in the decision making and all the way down. They should be criminally held. This one fires me up, bro.
There are 2 separate justice systems in this country, one for the rich and one for everyone else. Okay, but what's the alternative? It's not fair to complain and then not propose a better way.
Oh yeah, I saw that story about the guy that died in the jail eaten alive by the bugs inside of it. Yeah, I saw that. I didn't even read it because it was so disgusting, and I was like, yeah, no, I can't, man, because that's just wild. And they should rightfully sue the shit out of them for every last dollar.
Luckily for me, I don't have to come up with an entirely new system. Plenty of vastly more humane, more modern, and more effective prison systems already exist. One shining example is Norway. With an incarceration rate of just 60 per 100,000, Norway stands out as a prime example after which we could model our own prison system. Norway's criminal justice system focuses not on punishment like we do in the US, but on rehabilitation and the principle of restorative justice. The Norwegian criminal justice system caps prison sentences at 21 years and does not allow the death penalty. Whereas prisons in the US look more or less like slightly updated medieval dungeons, Norwegian prisons are quite different. This footage is from Halden Prison, which was completed in 2010 and is representative of Norway's incarceration philosophy. Everything is intended to foster an environment of improvement for their inmates. The rooms are reasonably comfortable and furnished with quality of life features like DVD players and TVs. The inmates can roam more or less freely, wear normal clothes, and make use of common areas and kitchens. There's a store where they can buy their own food. The architecture is specifically designed to allow those inside to see out into nature and observe the passage of time. US prisons, by contrast, are made as oppressive as possible. Little light from the outside world, cramped corridors, tiny, uncomfortable cells, and a relationship with the guards which can only be called antagonistic.
Yo, it really is modern day dungeons. Now that he pointed it out, it just really clicked in my head just looking at those pictures. Going back to the Norway prison, if you will, I think that up to a certain level of crimes that could work. But I think also when you get into the more egregious stuff, I'm talking about sex offenders, anything like that, you know, sexual predators, murderers, in potentially extremely violent offenders. And when I say that, and this is where it kind of gets kind of dicey, right? Which is, if they're like repeated offenders in any of these ways, because if they've shown a pattern of doing this stuff, can they really reform? In other words, if I go to jail my first time for manslaughter, I fought somebody and they, in the middle of the fight, they hit their head in the curb, they died, and you know, now I got hit for manslaughter, or I got popped for theft, you know. I'm trying to think of various different crimes, battery, you know, maybe there's some domestic abuse stuff going on. These things that maybe the underlying issue was, you know, I'm struggling, I need to, you know, provide for myself, I have anger management issues, you know, maybe I'm a con man or something like that. You know, these are things that I think you can go in and get rehabilitated on. If you are going in your third time for some violent crime, like I already shot someone before, I stabbed someone else, now my third time in because I, you know what I mean, beat the shit out of somebody with a bat to the brink of death. I don't know that those types could be rehabilitated. Does that make sense? I think there's, in my mind at least, there's like a cutoff. You know what I mean? Where like some people just genuinely have to be locked the fuck up. They are animals and complete and utter threats to society. I also think that there are plenty of people that have like lower tier or that sit below this cutoff. And again, you know, I'm just kind of spitballing this idea here, but I think there's people that do stuff that's underneath that cutoff that, you know, should be afforded the opportunity to not be housed in what is a modern day dungeon and have resources at the detention center that are given to them to work on their anger management, to work on their whatever deficiencies or issues that are leading them, that led them to the, you know, whatever the incident is that got them into the detention in the first place. Miguel, thank you for hanging out, bro. Norway prison looking like Club Fed. I mean, it basically was.
That's another area where Norwegian prisons excel. Their correctional officers all complete a 2-year degree before they're able to work as what are called contact officers, which function as both guard and social worker. Halden Prison prides itself on fostering excellent interpersonal relationships between inmates and contact officers. They can interact freely, talk, play cards, make plans for the future, and just generally have a normal human experience in the prison. This is all part of the philosophy of normality. The idea is to make prison as close to life in the outside world as possible, so that when inmates have served their time, they're able to more easily adjust back to normal life. Again, this is in stark contrast to the US system. The goal of our system is to punish, to make people suffer so that they're afraid to commit another crime. Corrections officers in the US have very little required training, and relationships between guards and prisoners are truly awful. It's not uncommon for guards to brutalize or sexually assault the inmates. This cruelty is completely counterproductive. If the goal of our prisons was truly to rehabilitate, why have the guards, the only representatives from the outside world, treat the inmates like animals? Norway's recidivism rates are among the lowest in the world, with just 20% of inmates getting arrested again within 2 years. This isn't random. It came about by a concerted effort from Norwegian citizens to overhaul their criminal justice system. Back in the 80s and 90s, they were concerned about rising recidivism rates, so they did the logical thing and fixed the problem: the prisons. Modern Norwegian prisons are some of the very best in the world in terms of reducing recidivism and promoting a positive trajectory for inmates. They provide counseling, education, and as normal an experience as possible. What they've accomplished in the last few decades is truly remarkable, and should be seen as one of the world's best criminal justice systems. Another prime example is Finland. Finland is one of the happiest and safest countries in the world. They have access to universal healthcare, subsidized childcare, and free college education.
I wonder what they are taxed at, though. I think I saw something like in Norway. Was it Norway? Where they get like all this stuff free from the government, it's covered, but I think they're taxed at like, oh bro, it's like 60% of the income. It was something wild. That might not be the correct number, but their income is highly taxed. But then again, if it's covering your health care, I think it might be worth it, right? So then you don't have to, it just comes out of your taxes and everything else is covered. You don't have to worry about that. I think that's a fair trade-off, you know what I mean? And it seems like they get really good, they got really good health care.
They also have incredibly humane prisons. This man, serving a life sentence for murder, is not confined to a tiny cell for the rest of his life. He's not waiting for a lethal injection or months of solitary confinement. He's free to come and go as he pleases.
What?
And there aren't any cell blocks at all. Instead, the prison is laid out like a dormitory. He can attend classes at the local university, and his room at Loka prison is almost indistinguishable from a normal apartment.
That's wild.
Like Norway, Finland believes in the principle of normality, that prisoners should be treated like human beings and provided all the opportunities to improve themselves and get on a more productive path during their prison stay. Inmates receive counseling, job training, and interact with prison staff in a normal, human fashion. Because of these innovations and a dedication to actual rehabilitation, Finland's incarceration rate has dropped dramatically over the last 70 years, to just 1/4 of what it was in 1950, and it's now one of the lowest in Europe. By comparison, the US prison population has skyrocketed in that same period, despite our own crime rate dropping. Just to give you a sense of how barbaric and outdated our prison system seems to other developed nations, Finland now operates a prison museum in one of their old 19th century prisons, as a sort of reminder of how terrible their system used to be. It is almost indistinguishable from a modern US prison. It's clear that the US has a long way to go before it can be considered a truly free nation. Our horrific prison industrial complex is a permanent stain on this country's legacy. The systemic racism, use of slave labor, inhumane treatment and outright torture of prisoners, and the commodification of human lives to be locked up in order to increase profits is truly wrong in every way. If we're actually angered by this and really want to make a change, we have positive examples to point to and say, this is what we want. It won't happen by itself. The only way things will change is the only way things have ever changed. By enough people coming together to say, enough is enough. We're trying something new.
Oh, that's real, man. Like, god damn, after watching this video, when did this video drop? 2 years ago? You got about 560K views on it. God, this video should have went way more viral and should have had people talking. Holy shit. That's crazy. And it really does go to show just how infatuated we are here in the US with this whole idea of cops and robbers, right? And then everything is all about punishing, lock them up and throw away the key kind of mentality there, which just isn't productive. And listen, there are certain crimes that are reprehensible and I don't know that you can come back from, and I kind of outlined them, right? Like sex offenders, anything in those kind of sex crimes, repeated murder, murder, people that murdered multiple people, stuff like that. But fuck, I mean, that's gotta be a small percentage of the total inmate population. I would think that gotta be fixed, man. What up, yo? Usually, I mean, I've been off schedule for a little bit, but normally I try to start in the evening around 7 p.m. Central Time. But yeah. So even if you miss the live, bro, you can always watch the lives back on the channel. You can watch any one of the previous days, you know what I'm saying, if you miss anything or whatever. And then I cut stream highlights so you can kind of get like the best of what was going down. Shawnee, what up, bro? Let's make it go viral. I mean, shit. Oh, can I put this in? So the video is why the U.S. prison system is the worst in the developed world. Definitely worth checking out and all that. Jesus. I didn't know it was that bad, bro. Holy shit. That's bad. That's real bad. Damn. Like, seriously, they need to start doing something about that. All right, let's see what we're right here. So,
just because you're a cop?
We went through all of, yeah, we had a good night tonight. We went through all of our videos, did some extra stuff. Boy, got a lot. There's gonna be a lot of stream highlights dropping tomorrow. Don't forget, y'all, the AI. Let's clear all of that out. Don't forget also that. Did I change that? Did it not work? There it is. Don't forget, on the Mind the MoonDawg channel, a bunch of videos went up the last couple of days. Make sure you guys check those out. I'll have, I think, all the videos tomorrow or later today, rather. Holy fuck, it's 3 o'clock. God damn. I'll cut up some stream highlights from tonight's stream so you can watch them in like shorter chunks. If you want to replay any of that, run those up for your boy. We'll also be back on later today. We have some reels put up on the IG. How they doing, by the way? Bro, I had to turn off my notifications on Instagram because it just got so crazy. Let's see here. How we doing? About 19K. That's pretty cool. All right. TikTok. It's so funny. Lately my React Reels ain't been booming the way they were. Seems like maybe the algorithm might be tweaking out a little bit. It happens. It's all good. Still funny stuff though. Yo, that new reel, yo, they made my yo, that my man deep throated that shit, had me lit. I was like, wait, what? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but let's wrap it up for tonight, man. Shit, we came back with a nice almost 5 hours for the stream. Kind of trying to catch back up after the last couple of days. Your boy getting a bunch of other work done. We'll definitely be back a little later on. I'm gonna see how much stuff I get done when I wake up. I actually kind of want to try to stream a little earlier than I normally do to kind of just see how that looks. Maybe like the late afternoon. No promises. Just I'll be live when I go live. Cause you know, then I say something and then it don't happen and y'all be roasting my ass. You know what I'm saying? So as always, thank y'all for hanging out with your boy, man. Much love. Appreciate the support as always. I think that's about it, man. Y'all have a good one. We'll be back tomorrow night. Thank y'all for the new subs. The gifted memberships tonight. Rican, thank you, baby. I appreciate you as always. Where we at? We're back up at 54, guys. We're definitely trying to hit our first 100 members. You know what I'm saying? So if you're enjoying yourself, you want to consider becoming a member as low as $2.99. Goes a long way. You can also always gift memberships as a way to show love to others and get some perks. You got the Discord. Oh yeah, someone dropped the Discord, exclamation Discord. If you guys want to stay connected, we got our Discord. You can also join the Discord. And if you are a member and you join the Discord, You get additional perks and additional channels, VIP, all that stuff. Just make sure you link your Discord to your YouTube account that you are a member with, and then it'll automatically give you the permissions and all that shit. All right. We gotta have a movie night. Yeah. We gotta have a movie night. We'll figure out when we do that. Usually I try and do it on the weekend, like on a Sunday night. So if anything, potentially this coming Sunday night. You motherfucker. You son of a bitch. You just couldn't resist, could you? Just couldn't resist. I gotta take care of my beard. I gotta trim it down, line up and everything. All right, y'all. Go to bed. Much love. Have a great rest of your night. Have a good Thursday. Shit. Damn. I just remember. I gotta go see my tax guy. He got my taxes done. Hey, y'all, listen. We'll see how. You'll know what's going on tomorrow's stream depending on what this hit I'm about to take for taxes, because I gotta pay the government. So we'll see how tomorrow's stream looks like. It might be a scamathon. I don't know. We'll find out. All right. Much love, y'all. Good night. See y'all later. Peace.